Yeah, I think we got it. Everything should be working as intended. Maybe, perchance. Alright, so there it is. Camera. I feel like my chair is a bit lower than usual. There we go. That's a good angle. Either blue scales and Axon. Two of the most active people I have in my Discord. Hello, Reem. Long hair is indeed nice, isn't it? I was out camping and I missed your streams. Well, welcome back. Howler said skill issue. I had to update my avatar twice in Unity. I had to restart my Steam VR. I was already set up and then I had to reboot my computer. Oh, which means I had to reset up again. I was supposed to be live at least, 30 minutes ago, but well, stuff happened. But yeah, I'm glad you're here, Pink Dew. We have Sinister Plague. You need to update your name from your Discord and yes. Something. I can finally tune in again. Hello, Codes. Wow, that's a long name. Trickster. Never. Good afternoon, Matthew. Also today, if you may notice, I updated the face tracking I have a little bit. I did some tinkering in Blender for a couple of hours. Time is it? And by this morning, I mean like 9 to lunchtime. It's currently 10:53 p.m. Hi there, Isa. Great music choice. Well, it's been a while since we've been here in Seventh Heaven, haven't we? Probably a first time too. Good evening, Shadow. Yes, Chance. Wow, will you look at that? A subscription. Thank you so much. Interesting, you're 12 hours ahead or behind me. I am probably ahead. It is currently Monday, 10:54 p.m. So I'm an hour away from Tuesday. Now that I'm working, I don't have to suffer through ads. Yes. Why, hi, Liz. How's my member of the top 10 favorite dorks doing? Oh, hello, darling. Didn't know you were here. Aren't you supposed to be busy with schoolwork? You want a bedtime story? Oh, yeah. The last time I was here, I did say a story, didn't I? I wonder what I can share. Once upon a time, there was a cat. He was a thin little fellow. Curious. Most cats his age would usually be accompanied by their siblings, usually a litter of 3 or 4, and then a mother not too far away. But this little cat, as young as he is, was all in his lonesome. Can I recall? It was an uneventful night, the usual. Cold, not much shelter. Just another evening to pass. And then this cat walked up to me. Walked up to a person who also didn't have much. Wait, hold on. I'm just doing a repeat of the story I did before. It's okay. You know how it goes. I'd become poor, but I mean in Steam. I'm so geeked and I have no clue what's going on, but I love it. Hi. Welcome. Today is gambling day. Matthew seems really hooked in Path of Exile. Is this your new streaming schedule? I'm actually late by 30 to 40 minutes, Anubis. My apologies. Well, at least I'm here, right? Still made it. Better late than never, Sam. Good day, I just woke up, says Shadow Drakewarden. New avatar. I have been doing this for around 2 weeks now. If you're a bit late, well, here's the update. Oh, I completely forgot. Yeah, there. What's this? Witchers has decided to... What is tickling my nose? Witchers has decided to go toss 100 bitties my way. And because of that, you have my thanks. Oh, this one where you can see no. There, maybe a good 15% will help. Hello, Gavin. Good morning to your area. Yeah, it is raining really hard where I am at. Ridiculously. I believe there's 2 storms. Yeah, there's 2 storms. Which is a better angle, this one or the other one? I think I'll just swap around. To get a better idea where I am. Yeah, that's the view ahead of me. That's yes. Hello, Midgar. How are you? I'm doing okay. Don't worry about it. But nice of you to ask. Anywho, where were we? Hooked, says Matthew. I think I'm out of shore already. Without the advices of the voice of exile, I wouldn't be OP in the game. What matters is you're having fun, Matthew. I played Path of Exile for the longest time. Hundreds of hours, and I'm glad I finally grew out of it. But I did mean it that I envy that you have the sense of wonder and joy of stepping foot on the shores of that ruined beach for the first time. You have KFC. Well, how about you set it to the side and then I'll just go enjoy it after. Hi there, Red. Sent it. Ah, sure, I'll check it out after stream. Thanks. I hope you're having a wonderful day too. I'm just feeling a bit lethargic. No thanks to the weather. Typhoon, Wifa has to pack it up. The rain and thunder mess up my concentration doing makeup. Check out what Dewberry posted in the fan art. Sure, I'll check it out in a bit. I bet it's super cool. I passed through that too, yeah. You need to play more games with friends. Tell me when you pick up Path of Exile 2. That's what I've just started playing. I don't mind going again at level 1 just for you, Matthew. Is this the lower levels of Coruscant? Oh no, Kaya, this is a different franchise. Yeah, but I advise you check it now. All right, fine. Let's go out tab. Okay, because Sky kept on insisting. Going on in this. Jarvis enhance. Okay, zoom in. Wow, would you look at that? I absolutely love the dry brush technique that's going on here. You even got the lover death coin and my absolutely minty fresh tail tip. How could I ever be rendered so handsome in such a style? Mmm. You look at that pink, you thank you so much. It took me 12 hours. If you know, I think aside from me having to pin this because it looks really good. Once I have a printer, I'm gonna print it and then I'm gonna make this one of mine. I'm going to make this like a big poster on my wall with the frame and lighting and everything. Only if Pink 2 gives you permission, of course. I'm gonna hang this up in my new apartment. A little gallery of fan art doesn't sound bad, doesn't it? I'll go handpick a few and then. But yeah, absolutely fantastic looking art. Hold on. I think this deserves to be shown on, well, Twitch at least. So let's put that there. Make sure I don't show some funny images instead. Alright. So editing this, properties, browse. Chat, you may be lost as to what I'm talking about. Here you go. Will you look at that? That has been made by none other than Pink 2. She's also from the same country as I am. I'm not sure if her commissions are open. If it is, check her out. Doesn't it look really good? It's a 1:1 image, right? Well, no. Actually, the image is more handsome than the actual streamer. But yeah, there you have it, chat. It always flatters my heart to receive art from you. I mean, look, you're setting aside time, you're setting aside effort, and you're tapping into your reservoir of inspiration just to go, and make a artistic rendition of somebody else. So yeah, thank you. If you'll give me a moment, I'm just gonna go drink. I'm going to hydrate in advance, chat. The art is so good, it is. No wonder you get quality fan art. You're very photogenic. I'm not gonna look photogenic. I'm about to drink. Oh, I've been parched, haven't I? Now, where were we? I gotta make sure I can see your chat, so I'm gonna lean closer to my overlay. What's this? Look, Pink 2, a lot of people are really impressed at what you've just made. Estelle Cloud says, politely requests in a excited manner, can you please describe your character? Let's start with the basics. Hi, I'm a guy. I like girls. I like chicken. I like ice cream, that's vanilla flavor, and I like chocolate milk. What do I do for a living? I stick my nose into places, situations, and things that are rather hard to describe. Some call me a detective. I call myself a paranormal. No, not paranormal. Extra normal investigator. And I'm clearly not slacking off from work. I feel embarrassed now. Why should you be embarrassed? You should feel proud about the quality you've given. You deserve it. You provide us with warm, wholesome vibes, so we provide you with good art in return. Oh, yes. The past few days, people have been very generous about the little fundraiser that you can see here on the lower left of your screen. As most of you may be unaware, I am actually, I'm doing a big move. It's me finally getting a bigger place. For many years, what, 5, 6 now? I've always just stayed in a, what's this, like 12 square meter space. Think of it as a student dorm, just enough to fit a double bed and some kitchen stuff, and that's it. So I've committed to, well, getting a larger unit, same building, different place. So I can also have a bigger play space. So expect me to move around more once that's completed. Then again, I know most of you simply enjoy me just sitting down, isn't it? Hi there, Reed. Reed, are you sure you're recovered? Don't you need more rest? You sound so immaculate. Immaculate? Isn't that a description reserved for the saintly or the holy? Or maybe my grasp in English just isn't that good. Either way, I'll take it as a compliment. What is the big movie? Big move? Move. Like me moving to someplace else. Glad to hear you doing numbers. Main quest of getting the bike coming closer. Reem, I think the bike will have to take a pause until I can fully fund my apartment thing. Another year delay perchance or more, but priorities, you know. Gotta do the important stuff first. I sent 25. Oh, it was you, Reed? Oh my god. Just get me lasagna instead. I'm going to need as much of a calorific boost as I can get, so I can move all sorts of stuff like to the 5th floor. No. If anything, I don't need the moving truck. I guess that's the saving grace. But yeah, thanks, Reed. What's this? Which VR chat is better so far? Which VR chat? There's only about one VR chat. Immaculate, free from flaws or mistakes. Perfect, please. I am anything but perfect. I think flaws is actually what gives character to people. If we were all perfect, we'd all be the same polished, sterile, blank, clean slate. What makes paintings human is the flaws in the brushstrokes, the little imperfections, our attempts at trying to render the real into artistic on canvas. Nice upgrade. Why, thank you, Frank. My goodness, it's been a hot month or two, hasn't it? I frankly thought you crossed the Rainbow Bridge. I'm just joking. You know I love you, man. He usually streams late on my end. That's true. I'm streaming rather early today. Stream schedule and all. Vesper says, it's the Roman Catholic use of immaculate that you're thinking, of which means free from sin and holy. But they were trying to use it in the sense that you sound perfect, clean. Thank you, gaming headset. Yeah, chat, I'm not using the fancy boom mics like I used to. I'm just using a cordless Logitech headset for my audio. Judging by lifestyle, I'd say I already have 1 foot on the rainbow. Cockroach, the important thing is You're able to still stand erect and you still have hair. I mean, like you're not hunchback, and you know what I mean, Chad. When you're an old man, ugh, I'll stop. I'll stop. Good evening, Pino Joe. You seem sleepy. No, I am rather relaxed. It's just been raining for the past week. It's nice, it's cold, so it's hard not to just want to nap the whole day. Oh my goodness, yeah. Wolsey and Tech says, your voice is so relaxing. Like, oh my gosh, I was stressed, now I'm relaxed. Uh, how about you go pull up a seat, get yourself comfy, make some tea, juice, drink, or maybe just plain water, and go sit and relax. I'll be here for another 2 hours anyway. Are there problems you've been through right now? Um, Not that I can think of that's major. I mean, I did have a night or two of anxiety a few days ago when it came to my apartment move. It's the first time in my life I'm ever having a place that large. I've always I've always just settled for less. You know, the bare minimum as long as it's working. I said it may be small, but at least it's homey. So me having something with an actual bedroom that's under my name is challenging and exciting at the same time. Chloroform says, one time I slept 22 hours straight during rainy season. Oh, must have been very relaxing. As long as it's cozy and comfy. 100%. Maybe I zoom out a bit more. Bean check. My legs are a little bit too far down for you guys to see. Er, I'm just quite literally sitting on the edge like this on a stool. There you go. It makes me look so small, doesn't it? Trust me, this place is just huge. It's enormous. I mean, just look at the scale of everything here. If you could see this in person, you'll understand what I mean. The superstructure above me is probably, what, 20 kilometers across? With the bars through your thighs? No, Matthew, trust me, there's actually a gap here. There's no bars, that's why I'm trying to fit. Trust me, I know the feeling. Once that move happens as Sinister Plague, you'll wonder why you were ever stressed to begin with. I hope so. Can you walk? I mean, I can, I just don't wanna. Nova Beast? Me? I think I'm anything but a Nova Beast nowadays. I really like the face tracking adjustments I did. It's much more organic. Uh, I, you see, earlier this morning, before I did the blender work, I decided to go watch videos about how facial muscles work, which gets spoiled, which subtle things move. And you know what? Let's try applying that to the character. Don't get me wrong, I love Hans Creations as template. That's what I'm working on as a base. I just tweaked their stuff to better suit my needs. What map is that? I have to check it out. This is called Seventh Heaven. Why? You interested in dropping by? He's more draconic than dragon-like. I think I can actually pass as an actual dragon. Dragon. Minus the horns, which I found was in the way. And the wings. Well, Vesper gets the wings. Hi there, Neon. It's been a while. How are you? Are we allowed to drop by after stream? Because I did make it a point that during this fundraising period, I'm gonna put in extra effort in order to mingle with my community. So after every stream, there is going to be a short hangout. Or, hi, hellos. How are you? Conversations and small talks. How are you, Gab? I'm doing okay. Can I ask you? Oh my goodness, I missed that message. Oh, let me scroll back up. Can I ask you why your Hydra and also the Nova have different body parts on the standard? I'm really not good with Blender and Unity. That is called kit bashing. I hope it's that easy settling in my new place, Sky. Go back to studying, Vesper. How does kit bashing work? You find specimen A, you find specimen B, and you decide which parts of both specimens you want to combine in order to make specimens. There. Good evening, Kira. And when specimen A and specimen B like each other a lot, we get specimens. That's different, Howler. Yes, you do. Blender is the thing. Vesper says he mostly does his own work, and plus it's very labor-intensive to work on Avatar. He isn't familiar with it. Chat, I do all the kit bashing myself. I am blessed to have friends with an extensive knowledge in 3D, and I ask them for tips every now and then. Big shout out to you, the Toy with the Truce, Eric Sillywicker, Christ Kaji, and everybody else in my DMs. You've taught this newbie a lot. Oh yeah, go ahead and feed your cat. So it's kind of like gene splicing. Yeah, precisely. Hi there, Shizuku. Will you ever show how you look like in person? Chat. If you dig in through my Discord, there's a picture of me there. Or 2, or 3, or 4. You just gotta know where to look. I'm not really hiding how I look in person. It's just I don't like using my IRL in my streams. I'm perfectly okay with how I look. Don't worry. I don't have, what do they call it? A dysmorphia? You haven't seen how I look yet, Matthew? I could have sworn everybody knew already. The most recent photo I posted was when I posted the video about me dressing up for college, where I look like a delinquent. All you gotta do is like search for an image sent by me and then just comb through the content. Hi there, Thanatos. Thank you so much, Fair. Phantom Paint. I'm already a demon. I gotta make my horns grow. I'm not sure why people make it such a big deal about the face reveal. I mean, we're all just people behind our avatars. Ooh, I think I actually like furries after all. Hi. Um, do note, the ones like me are few and far in between. I just like how knowing how people look as a curious guy. Again, it's all in Discord. What? I think you look handsome, Matthew. You love to stream? Oh, I absolutely do. The fancy potato set. I just watched an Instagram reel. Clicked your links and then I was like, oh, I knew they had a Twitch account because I couldn't find it, and bam, you're live and hi. Welcome to the live version of the stuff I post on Instagram, X, and, well, TikTok and YouTube. What's this? Nice new avatar. It's like your old one evolved. Precisely. I already got a face reveal of Vesper, but never saw her. Vesper's super cute, isn't she? It's the guy from TikTok. Holy moly. Why are there atomic... What? What's going on my Discord? Wow. I'm looking at the comments over at Pink Dew's art. Oh, yes. What? Not enough coin? Yes. I bet everybody's looking through my photos. Like, where's that IRL pic of Gebus? It's somewhere here in the Discord. Oh, you guys flatter me. Profile picture update. Profile picture for... What? Discord? Redeem on-screen calibration. What is that? I have never seen that before. Huh. I've seen you here from time to time for a while. How long have you been doing this? I've been doing this for around a year and a half now. Is the older Abby still canon or is this a full replacement? Oh, me changing forms is actually part of my lore. You see, when you do the work I do, where you go to places which are unpredictable reality-wise, often you walk through a door, a room, and you come out changed. And you know what? Eventually, you just treat the changes as like any other Tuesday, and then that's it. Yep. Oh, I did not notice that. I need to patch that in Unity, don't I? All right, chat, keep on talking. I'm gonna. Yep, I'm gonna do the crazy. I'm gonna do Unity work while I am streaming. Creator. Let's see if I can micromanage, multitask, open. Come on, Unity load. Bro legit just went through puberty. It's a bittersweet update because his old profile picture was adorable. Am I not adorable anymore? Sad. Can't you stream it? Of course not. Alrighty, there my Unity is open. What we want to do is move a thing. Well, chat hasn't noticed it yet, so let's go patch 1. There we go. So all we're gonna do is slide this here. Yeah, there we go. We're going to hide this other Abby. Photo here, inspector. Toggle the visibility, change the point of view to make sure the location is proper. Now we have to go scale it ever so slightly. So we're gonna copy this, select the object, scale. Let's reduce the y-axis a little bit by 5.2. Never mind. Edit, undo. Like this. This is difficult using my controllers. Put that there. Alright, then change. Disable lighting, check the underneath, make sure nothing is clipping, make sure all of what needs to be covered is covered. Disable isometric view because I cannot for the life of me drag the camera around. Oh, it's too wide. Got it. There we go. Looking good there, buddy. Alrighty, and then once that is done, we're gonna go upload it. Call yourself lucky, chat. You're gonna see me in my old avatar. Build and publish. There we go. Yep. Now, what did you just patch in Unity, Geb? I'm gonna keep you guessing, chat. If you saw what needed fixing, then good on you for her having eagle eyes. If not, then you don't need to notice anyway. What is your accent? I am from the Philippines, chat. Now, in order for me to have that applied, we are going to go to this form. If it loads, that is. Come on, buddy. Any moment now. There we go. increase the light. Change the color, something more yellow. Back. There. With the minute that we have to wait until it gets done, contend with my previous form first. Hello, Polygib. I do look like the younger version of whatever I am now, huh? Now I get why the comments about me evolving has been going. You have a built-in studio light. That is my trade secret, chat. Yes, I do. It's not available on Gumroad. It's 100% homebrew. And it casts shadows. That's how I am able to look good in any world, chat. I noticed you looked at your arm when you said you needed to fix it, but I couldn't tell what it was. I wonder what it could have been, Sky. It seems oddly familiar to me. Oh, what are the goggles for? That's what the goggles are for, Chan. Normally you wear them over one's eyes, yes. I low-key love the level of creativity. And also, where's the older one? The one with the scarf. Oh, my goodness, now that's old. Now, there we go. We have updated the other Abby. We're gonna swap back. It's gonna take a while to load though. We're gonna do that. We're gonna paste. Ta-da. Well, that is loading. Enjoy the crystal version of me. And then, hold on. The funny thing is, I actually need to apply this to my other Abby too, but that can probably wait until after stream. Gonna close this. I'm not gonna bore you guys with it. Thanks, Unity. There we go. Oh, no, close enough. A bit of an adjustment, but... What was I trying to fix, chat? Clipping. It's not something you'll really notice anyway, so... Alright, Mr. Y. Is it noticeable? I don't think it's noticeable. Is that motion tracking? I mean, it is motion tracking in VR. When you put your goggles on, does your vision go blue? No. Yes, it's the wristband. I didn't get it right because I needed my mouse for precision adjustments, but close enough. No, I cannot put it on this Avi because it does not fit my current anatomy anymore. Nice background music. Sounds a bit different and fits the vibe. It does, doesn't it? Seems a bit more earnest in its tone and melody. Yep. I'll see you around, babe. You have a good day. It's hard not to. Well, like the music, it is Final Fantasy after all. What? That sounds like a nice car, Reed. A nice car I'll never be able to. I've been wondering what the new look is, asked Kane. It looks amazing on you. Why, thank you. I appreciate that. Oh, I recognize this world, and you've been in this world before. Yes. This was the world in which I was doing the story time, where I was talking about a wolf who came from the forest and found something shinier, sort of deal. Yeah. Now I remember, yes. I missed Geb's story. It's so over. Don't worry, I haven't made any stories tonight. My teeth are being shadowed in a weird way, isn't it? There we go. Oh. There. Much better. Now, the music makes me want to watch a Studio Ghibli movie. I mean, go ahead. I have been meaning to watch, what was it called? The Heron and the Boy. It was the one which Keanu Reeves did the voice acting for. Teeth immaculate as always. Now that's what I call immaculate. Hold on. You know, chat, as much as I want to keep the music on loop, we might get bonked by Squeenix. So we're gonna close that. We're gonna go to my usual. There you go. Now, Marnage is asking, what gives you glowy features? Did you eat some glowy worms? Glowy worms? No, no. The bioluminescence is just inherent of what I'm made of. That's the best answer I can give you. A lot of people have been asking, why are you glowing, Gim? I mean, can I not? So when you walk around me, you're gonna hear the humming. Gab ate some uranium. I would probably be glowing green more than the blue that you're seeing. Oh, that is something I need to fix. Note to self. Fix the coin. Fix. Bracelet. Coin. And what else did I need to fix? I think that's it. Yes. Sorry, I was taking notes, Chad. Remember, a single gram of uranium contains 18 to 20 billion calories. Billion. That's gonna feed a whole bunch of people now, wouldn't it? Oh, if only we could metabolize the thing without falling apart at a cellular level. That would solve world hunger, wouldn't it? Instead of nuclear power plants, you would have nuclear soup kitchens. Don't see. It's still me. Passing the uranium. Oh, past the uranium, I'm bulking up. Yeah, the ultimate pre workout. Can we see the coin? Here you go. Is it weird that I like a dragon for its voice? Oh, oh, is that supposed to be a compliment? Thank you. I did the coin wrong. I can send you a screenshot if you want. Mog had a great voice. Ah, yes, by Benedict Cumberbatch. Yes, Cumberbatch, I know. I can't unsee him as Sherlock anymore. Like, I watched a bit of the TV series back then. Benedict Cumberbatch, yes. He's always had a very unique feature to his face, didn't he? He'll always be Doctor Strange to me. Yeah, I know. It's the same way as Robert Downey Jr. will always be Tony Stark. It would be very hard to separate the character from the actual actor. Like Ryan Reynolds, for example. You know he's the Deadpool and Hugh Jackman. But if there is one example of a character that always stays true to who and what they are in and out of cinema, have you seen Dwayne The Rock Johnson's films? He's always the same guy with a different name. And he's always gonna have Kevin Hart somewhere nearby. Jack Sparrow will always be Jack. Precisely. Oh, Johnny Depp. I miss the guy. I just realized that you and my grandpa speak similarly. The slight pauses between words, since he also doesn't have English as a first language. Gebos is a grandpa confirmed. See, Vas told you I'm old. He doesn't eat uranium to glow. It's bioluminescence like in some jellyfish. So if you see Vesper glowing blue, you know the reason. She messed with some bioluminescent jellyfishes on the beach. I find it hilarious that both Benedict Cumberbatch and Robert Downey both played Sherlock. Precisely. I wish they made the pun in the Marvel, like, MCU, where when they saw each other and they said, like, no shit, Sherlock. How can VR chat be so realistic? Lighting and presentation per chat. Oh, trust me, I'm overcoming the challenges of streaming using a long snouted model and its rigid features. Doing a whole lot. You did not have to say it like that. What? You do find glowy jellyfishes at the beach, right? Sometimes when they wash on the shore, they're like all over you and whatnot. Like, oh no, no, I'm talking about the plankton, right? Like the plankton and whatnot. The man of wars. It runs in the family. That is correct. Thank you for the dollar, bro codes. Vesper says, I don't think I need to mess with jellyfish to glow again. I'm already sparkly as it is. Oh, you do glow a lot of orange. Yeah, they're sticky, Reem. They're sticky. Hi there, Rocky. Hi there, Golden. Dylan. Lore wise, how deep in the ocean can you go? Do you have gills too? Last I checked, I don't. But I have means. So I have means of traversing such depths. All I gotta do is imagine it not drowning me. It works most of the time. Pretend it's air, Gab. Air you actually don't need. You have glowing plankton where you are. I remember seeing pictures of them on the beach. It looked like the beach was lined with glowy stuff. It was amazing and sad at the same time because you know that these creatures are. Well, they're dying, chat. You should swim in those waters. You'll blend right in. Oh, yes. Let the local fishermen throw harpoons and spears at the funny black and blue creature that seems valuable once sold. I think I'll stay on the surface. Thank you. What animal are you? Animal? Barton says he only goes in the sea to get his food. I mean, I can just order it from the equivalent of DoorDash, or hi KFC. Yes, it's me. You know what I want. Yes, the family bucket, 12 pieces. No, I don't have guests over. It's just me. Yeah, deliver it ASAP. Thank you. What model is that? The Hydra Gaia by Tokyo Zilla. The Hyanid by Albert. The Nova Beast Goggles by Kito Rheumatic. The Iron Fisted. It's okay. Where does your accent come from? My inadequacy in my command over the English language. He is a void beast. A void beast? I think those things are different. I'm just a different variety of subterranean. The voice. My yours truly. There's nothing wrong with my accent. Oh, I don't think there's anything wrong with the accent per se. It's the delicious flavor that is put upon the pasta of personality in the world. It's just my grammar. It's not correct most of the time. I try and get away with it, but I think chat can catch up on most of the wrong things I say, or the made up words that is part of my vocabulary. I thought you were a dragon. If that makes you happy, then sure, yes I am. Hmm. Oh, flipping. There we go. To be fair, your grammar is pretty darn good, all things considered. Thanks. Hi, Durgam Sir. You know, a lot of people have been mistaking me for a Sir Gal. Look, I don't have the woodcutter's axe of a face that you guys have. You remind me of Joker, but in a persona and chin. Joke? Me? Crazy? No, please. Hmm. Why? Panther says you don't have the sheesh face. The cheese, yes. What are you smoking? That is called condensation, aka a warm breath. I can't take Sir Gal seriously anymore after all that. Me too, Reem. I don't know. When I looked up Sir Gal, so I was like, okay, chat's been calling me a Sir a lot. Hmm, let's Google. Huh. Okay, very pointy face. They have a whole lot more fluff. And they definitely don't have 6 ears. He's just cold. Probably. Cold environment and all. Why, if it isn't Mystical Aurora? Hi there, Mystic. Nice of you to be here. My apologies for being absent during your events. I'm sure you guys had a lot of fun, though, and I believe that's what matters. What program do you use for your character? This is called VR Chat. I mean, it's free on Steam. It's probably the most expensive free to play game there is. And probably the only game with a character creator so extensive in its features, you will quickly get lost at the possibilities of that you can do and how to do them. Unity, Blender, Substance Painter. Of the way your skin is breaking through the gloves. Breaking through the what? I have gloves. Last time I checked, I don't. Yeah, I did. Well, this is more of a mix of what TokyoZilla already made and a bit of editing of my own. Very simple, really. I like TokyoZilla's work. I remembered the first style of yours as Luna. My first style. Hmm. That needed a lot of work, that's for sure. Alright. Honestly, I'd call VR chat social media at this point rather than a game. It's still a game, though. I mean, we have our game worlds, our horror maps, and whatnot, puzzles and things. Yeah, but are the arm spike things smaller now? No, it's always been that way. Smaller. Think they've ever been small. Smaller, huh? Nope. Same old, same old. Hmm. You scared me a little there. Scared you? Scared you over what? Hold on, Chad. Why is my shirt riding up? And so is my trackers. Okay, there we go. Man, I probably should have adjusted my the AC before anything else. Oh, did I move the camera? Darn. Here. Upsy daisy. You guys are really up there, aren't you? Itchy. I also got some KFC, says Misty. Well, when are you gonna share? Oh, KFC. My love. Wait a minute, why does the house look familiar? Have you ever heard of the name Steve Cloud or, you know? Closed mouths don't get fed, but... Oh, please, my mouth is anything but closed most of the time here on stream, mister. Oh, I read something. What did you read? Of course, there's Barrett too. Are you hungry? Maybe. Perchance. I would not turn down a chicken sandwich. That's for sure. Are you Filipino? Here we go, chat. Every stream it pops up. Yes, I am. Well, look at that. Vesper's gonna get her share of chicken. Also, I've noticed. Is my tips broken? I don't remember seeing bro codes $1 earlier. I have to double check. Hold on. Again. Hold on. No, it is working. Okay. Oh, sorry. Don't want to miss saying thank you to people, of course. So properties, but for good measure, let's go refresh cache. There we go. Okay. Cat, do me a solid and read the description. It's right there. You know, Mystic has a point. Yes. Asian right there. I mean, yeah, that's... Yes. I'll be the bridesmaid. Of what? Of what? Okay, there we go. Yeah. And... Oh yeah, update on the apartment. So because there's a tropical storm right now, and a second one incoming, not only is my renovations going to be delayed, I had to double the order of waterproofing. It was called waterproofing glue. It's like a polyurea coating that you put over the gaps. Anyway, if you've seen the windows, how badly open and unclosable it is, you'll know what I mean. So I had to buy that. I had to buy silicone sealant, and then I had to. Eeh. Expenditures, chat. More expenditures. Expenditures and delays. Dragon Puppet ask if they can marry you. No. Allowed to politely pass. Really? Is it gonna happen now? What? Yeah, there's two storms. If you look at Philippines weather, it's probably gonna be pictures of heavy pouring rain and flooded streets. Thank goodness my apartment does not flood, but unfortunately I am not free from the constant ingress of rain in my particular unit that I'm gonna move into. Does it rain and storm there often? Yes. I am doing the move hard mode because I apparently started it just as the onset of rainy season is coming. Onset of the rainy season. There we go. Yeah. In English. The only way to make Geb's day, says Spartan, is if you buy him a chicken sandwich or a bucket of chicken from KFC. Or Popeyes or Jollibee or any bucket of chicken, really. But there is one thing I really like. There's this place called Karayama. They serve this absolutely tender, perfectly delicious chicken karage. So Karayama though is a bit pricey. For 12 pieces, it's $25, I think. It's like, ooh. Yeah, it's boneless chicken and chicken karage. It's scary dealing with category 5 hurricanes. Nothing new, really. Power goes out, there's floods, and you gotta. Karage, fried chicken, Japanese style. Preferably boneless, tenderized in buttermilk. With I think it's potato starch for the breading. I think. Well, sometimes. It wouldn't be a Geb stream without the food section. Yes, Chad, you should know me by now. For those of you that didn't catch it, again, I am from the Philippines. Philippines. Man, my mouth is dry, and I shall hydrate. I'm still trying to find karage na bao bun. That is delicious. Normally they serve it with this dark sweet sauce. What's this? Vesper says, much better. Clean, mop the things that got wet washed. The twins' bedroom, in fact, nothing has damaged, thankfully. Alright, it was flooding recently over at Vesper's place, wasn't it? Remember to always have a meal first or bring a snack if you're gonna watch Game, or he'll make your stomach growl. Tip of the day. I would pin that if I could, Phelan. Shredded beef chili is good. As long as it's not the oily kind. I'm not a big fan of the one that's super drippy in grease. Chaos in the White Joe household is never evaded for long. So that's a surname now, okay. Well, you look at that. We just hit 4,500 followers on Twitch. Yes, thank you. I remember last year when I just had like 100. Oh, I'm thankful for the growth that you guys have been helping me get. Yay, it's more of that I'm happy there's a lot of people who like what I'm doing. Like, if I were hosting a little show at like a jazz bar, a comedy club or something, low lights, a velvet stage, spotlight, and a mic. Me seeing it fill up with more people is heartwarming. It's nice to have you here, guys. Really is. Bro, you have infected my FYP. There were so many vids of you, I had to come check you out. Welcome to the stream. Not much goes on here, actually. What was the chip you said was really good a couple of days ago? I think you said it was multigrain or something. It's called Nova, Nova, multigrain chips. It's good. It's cheap too. 2 bags for $1, maybe 3 bags. Diet. It seems Pink to here, the amazing artist who showed the fan art earlier, is watching her weight. I get to sit around for an hour, says Reed. I'm glad you're able to relax. Gab, should I get a milkshake with my burgers? Make it 2 and send one to me. Oh, what I would. Oh, milkshake, please. Focus, Gab. Quit imagining you sipping on a nice, oversized glass of milkshake. Calories. I can always exercise it out. It may be a bit melted by the time it arrives. I remember there being a stream in which chat could actually order food for them in real time. I don't know if it hooks into Grab Food, Food Panda, or something similar. Like, it would be dumb if it's by surprise too. Like, you can't decline it. So imagine, instead of somebody giving you a big tip, they send you 20 buckets of KFC and you're scratching your head, you don't know what to do. And like, oh, I should have invested in a chest freezer. I should have invested in a chest freezer for my new place. Oh, yeah, it's pretty cheap too. I'd have seen if Walmart for any store for the matter. I love this live. Well, this live loves you. You note new freezer, yes. Do you drink alcohol? Normally, I spray it on my hands to sterilize it from the nasty germs of the outside world. But as for the consumption part, the only real alcohol I imbibe in nowadays, once in a blue moon too, like a couple of months, is whenever I go visit the Japanese place nearby. It's called Izakaya Kikufuji. So whenever I go to Kikufuji, I would enjoy my sashimi and my chirashi don and everything. I'm not a big fan of the fried stuff, aside from karage. So I'd enjoy my sashimi and whatnot with a nice warmed cup of sake. I don't really promote drinking. Drinking is you do you, don't. Also, it's a touchy topic. I will get flagged again. But yes. Now you know. Rice wine. Ah, yes. To enjoy my spicy tuna. Chicken katsu. Chicken katsu's okay. It's just the breading with the oil. I would rather have chicken teriyaki instead. Or oyakudon. You can't beat omelette over rice. Yes, hot sake is nice. Oh, it goes very well with the food. Ugh, it goes down the throat without the hitch. So smooth of a drink. But yes. What language are you? Oh, I am the newer ChatGPT 5 model that released a few months ago. If I was AI, that's what I would say. Now, most of my not so intellectually gifted viewers from TikTok are probably confused and convinced that I am AI indeed. MetaQuest Pro, yes. The G in GPT stands for Geb, yes. I love chirashidon. I don't have to choose what type of fish I want. Right? So chirashidon is a nice bowl of all of the select premium cuts of sashimi that they can put over some rice. It's so simple. It's good. I seem to recall there was an AI game. There used to be over here on the lower right. There was a little text to speech buddy, but I got rid of him. One from five assignments for the week done. Can't wait to get it done. See you after stream. If you manage to finish soon. I'm gonna get lazy in that posture, so let's go back here. Hey Gib, what drink do you get with your favorite food? If there's an option for hot tea, that's normally what I go for. The iced tea, hot tea, or when I'm feeling brave, I get one of the milkshakes. Do you ever get bored? Just like any of us with a proper working mind, I too am not invulnerable to the effects of tedium. In short, I do get bored too, chat. But that's the thing, I can get bored with you. And normally, isn't hanging out with friends the whole point? You're bored, they're bored, you get bored together until you end up doing something not so boring together. Wow, that came out differently, but you know what I mean. Thai milk tea is indeed good. I'm a sucker for the boba pearls. Hey, I'm bored. Wanna go Netflix and chill? Yes, this evening. Sure. I got a bunch of snacks, maybe some drinks. That's gonna be at your favorite couch as usual. You and me, nobody else. Your favorite show. What? You're just gonna watch like Squid Game or something together. That's what I meant. What is your top three cereal? Milo, Cocoa Crunch, probably Honey Stars. You're so boring. A compliment. You must love milkshakes, huh? Yeah? If Netflix and chill actually means watching stuff on Netflix, I'm 100% down. Yeah, precisely. What else could I have meant? I mean, I don't want to invite friends over and then it's not my house. And then your parents are over, so I can't say that, oh, it's just you and me. I don't want to invite people if we don't have any food to offer, so I can't say, your favorite snack. I don't want to invite people if I don't have something cold or warm to serve. And I can't say, your drink of choice. Hello, Libby. How are you? When you look at that, somebody wants to Netflix with me. Well, whoever you are, thank you. How sweet of you. I appreciate it. Gab is straight up not flirting with this chap. Oh, of course, I'm not flirting. Hmm. Hi there, Zen. What's this? 3 month subscription for Netflix prepaid. Oh my, oh my. Hmm. You know, it's been a while. Been able to spend time just alone with a friend of interest. It's usually the tension that gets things exciting. Subtle cues and whatnot. Things going on in your head that you can't confirm nor deny. Oh, I'm talking about the shows, right? Like, you're at the edge of your seat because you can't guess what's gonna happen. Is the hero gonna die or not? They really love your audience. Yes. The ones that behave. The ones that are good. Vesper says, honestly, the last movie night with Geb with the server was before I was even there, and now when I think about it, it's been months since we last a movie together. Did you know I used to host little popcorn palace watches with friends? End of story. Geb used flirt, it's super effective. Geb used talk lazily while leaning on the railings, it's rather effective there. I wish you have a wonderful day too, Styles. Vesper said if I weren't caught up with schoolwork, I would be a swift bonk. It would be a swift bonk for misbehavior. Misbehavior? Hmm? Of what? You know, I think the whole sitting next to your buddy in the couch thing. It's nice once they start easing up. They get more comfy, legs start getting raised, and the stretches are being. Proximity gets closed. The show more of a distraction than anything else. From the food, is what I meant. How long is the stream gonna last this time? Well, at bare minimum, another hour. Maximum, it depends. A very kind anonymous decided to go move the bar up a little bit, so I will probably be extending. And then, of course, meeting people after. I wonder if a certain Lintz or a certain Axiom Howler Matthew is gonna show up. Vesper is eager. She just has to finish the tasks at hand. Gib, stop. You're trying to break chat. If that this keeps up. This keeps up. You mean me talking about food? What's wrong with having a good time? I mean, think about it. It's a nice rainy evening. There's no work tomorrow or the day after. You get invited over to your friend's place. The lights are low and the mood is soft. You know there's snacks, a fridge just ready to be explored. The eager other waiting for your company. Of course, you indulge them, as you would be indulging yourself at the same time. And then you go sit, enjoy, hi, hello, said how was your date? Have a snack, have a drink, go sit down and relax. Make yourself at home. Fast forward 30 minutes later, once you're settled in, that's when the good part starts. And then all of a sudden, you notice yourself being close, enjoying the movie and all, and then, oh, a notification to wake you both up, to snap you out back into reality. Oh, the food's by the door. Who's gonna pick it up? No, you stay there, sit on the couch, I'll do it. Talking about food, sure, Gab. Oh, yeah, sure, you got me. I was talking about Netflix. Mood jazz isn't helping to beat the allegations. hmm. Vesper says, I'm going to finish one more assignment because I'm probably going to lose my mind trying to do all five in one day. Essays are draining yapatons with technical terms. How about you go finish as much as, well, the duration of my life would permit? You know we're gonna see each other after anyway, right? And so Sinister Plague is off to get their phone. What am I scared of? My biggest fear is loneliness. Oh my, oh my. It seems Reed has had the unfortunate incident of getting a fiberglass splinter. Ooh, yikes. Perhaps something a little hot glue can pull out. There's a bit of effort being poured in. It should come loose. What's this? Okay, Geb is still on this Netflix discussion. What would you want to sit next? Oh, if it isn't late. Yes, late. Nova. Hi, Geb. I'm back from my stream. I've been doing quite well, except for my all time low of 2 viewers. How is the dragon doing? I'm doing okay too. It's a very lazy Monday. I mean, it's technically Tuesday now. It was a very lazy Monday. Incessant rain all throughout the week. Cold weather that just makes you comfortable. Once you snuggle up in bed, wrap yourself in a blanket or maybe something warmer. Hmm. To be fair, I wouldn't mind sitting with you. You're a good dude to hang out. That's true, and we did hang out last time, right? Quite a bunch of people there, too. I think Zach was having a problem with his headset, though, last time the hangout was happening. Oh, I know how it feels, Mystic. Terrible. I remember a fiberglass rod shattering, and I said, that's it. I have 20 years left. Philippines, famous for needing more warmth. Not all the time, though. It's really hot outside. Gab, what kit bashes that Avi? This is a Hydragea by Tokyo Zilla, the Hyanid by Albert, and the Nova Beast goggles by Kitomatic. What's your favorite pizza topping? You. Mozzarella cheese. Yeah. Because I actually ate pizza with different kinds of cheese on it because they were cutting down on the cost. It tasted more like a grilled cheese sandwich than a pizza. It was the day Vesper was having her connection issues. I see. I believe that was last week, wasn't it? Hmm. What kind of lizard is that? The one that knows how to access both Twitch, and other social medias. Other than watching a movie alone or with somebody, how to better enjoy your warm, freshly cooked lasagna? Ask Phelan. But the Bad Life Advice Edition. Have you ever heard of clay masks, Chad? We often find ourselves with our skin stressed from our day to day exposure to the sun, dust, heat, and whatnot. And often that part of us gets neglected once we get home. Now, a proposed solution under a MIT study it was in 1998 or 1999 in Alaska. You can accomplish two things with one task. So when you get home, you get the lasagna that you've baked or ordered, and then once cool enough with a temperature of 35 degrees Celsius or lower, you just dunk your face in it. Just like that. Similar way as how some people dunk their face in ice cold water to close the pores. This one with the tomatoes, the lycopene, everything, the vitamin A, it works wonders for the skin. While you're dunking your face, you can actually open your mouth midway and then you start slurping in this lasagna too. Multitasking. Bad life advice edition, Jack. Wash your face. Use lotion. Please do not coat your face in lasagna. I may or may have not done that with spaghetti. I owe you. Well, at my old job, says Mystic, I was working with a lot of transmission gears and we encased said gears with fiberglass before pressing them together. Hot and itchy are the worst. Oh, that's terrible. Red skin and sweat? Ugh. Noisy one says, "Hey Geb, I found your Instagram and I've been keeping up with it. I saw you live, so I came in for the chill vibe. Welcome." Lasagna scented soap. It would be terrible because there would probably be bite marks due to a experimental pursuit of things on said soap. Let me give you face rubs before you get lasagna over it. Actually, face rubs feel really nice. I remember this lady just walking in from behind me. Maybe a friend, maybe something. And just putting her fingers on my face and then just going down. It's like, hey, what? Oh. And it felt really nice when you massage the temple, the cheek muscles, and everything. It's really soothing. And then it got upgraded to this funny roller made of a mineral or something. And just, yeah. Face massages are great. My favorite soap flavor, spaghetti. Vesper says, coated your face in spaghetti. Would be murder scene if you got to places that were other than your mouth. Imagine in the dark corner of an abandoned building. You just hear that. You just hear that. And then you shine your flashlight to it. And it's just like red with spaghetti over a crazed man. And then he starts running towards you and everything. It's calling you a meatball he's gonna eat. Yeah. Anyway. Derp says, I just realized I've been here for so long. I've survived 100 rounds in the game I've been playing. Oh, congrats. Vesper continues, would never be able to know since I'm very touch-starved. Never even had my shoulders massaged until a friend was trying to distress herself before an orchestra concert. I will give you all the touching you need and want, Vesper. Like, especially the wrist squeezes and the massages with in the scapula area. Ah, fantastic. The noise you just made nearly killed me. I was sipping on my on my milkshake and nearly choked. Trust me, that was the subdued version. I don't want to ruin my image to most of chat. Sounds like a bad horror movie idea. The crazed spaghetti man. Like, he doesn't have any clothes at all. It's just hard caked up spaghetti covering his body while he runs out at you, like twitching and everything. Like the meatballs has fused with parts of his body. Aiden says, I could never imagine myself having somebody massage me at all. Wouldn't it feel so weird somebody touches you like that? Not really. As averse to touch as I may present myself to be, especially in that last video about personal space, I actually do enjoy physical contact, as long as the other person is one, somebody I know and trust and permit, and two, they're nice, clean, and fragrant. You see. Okay, that's gonna be against TOS. I'm not gonna dive into the topic. Vesper says, wait until you get Axiom and I in the VC. He goes full goblin. I know how to speak it. Oh, yes. How's the coin? The coin is doing great. Two tens, huh, Rocky? Maybe because I grew up having a family masseuse. When I was younger, one of the perks of living with my mom is she had this like a nanny. Think of having a nanny, a middle-aged lady, very kind, very friendly. uh, working for the family for more than 10 years, he would always come for home service and give massages to the family members. And I would be lying if I said I did not fall asleep each time. It's different once the tension and the stress and everything just gets squeezed out of your body. Like, wow. Hydrate, right. Oh, I watch anime. I just don't remember the titles. Recently, I've been indulging in a lot of trashy isekai, underdog, overpowered, whatever, this and that. Whenever I go dry my hair, which is a 15-minute process, I have my in like on my lap, and I just like, well, like I'm watching. When I shower, I do watch anime, like an episode. I have long hair, chat. For the past 7 years, I've had my hair just enough to resemble a mermaid. But as of late, I've just been keeping it this long instead. As I've said, all you gotta do is go to my Discord and look for a picture of me. You're gonna see what I mean. Are you a femboy? My goodness. Your perception of people must truly be inadequate. Do I look, sound, and talk like one? No, I'm not. Y'all watch anime under the shower. I don't even listen to music. I listen to music or watch anime. You see, I 3D printed a wall mount that I place in front of me. So my phone is propped there. Like it's over here. And then like oh, oh what? Oh cool. All right. And then it's like, oh shoot, next episode. Vesper says, I tend to sing when I dry my hair since I hate the song. You you hate the okay. Hate to sing. Huh. Derp says they would have difficulty surviving with long hair. I tried it during the pandemic season and I almost lost my mind. Ah. The thing is, if you are blessed with a tall stature and just, well, depending on your preferences, wavy enough hair, having it long is a rather glorious and majestic thing to have. I'm very much proud of my hair, the same way Samson is proud of his. Also, I like to flaunt it in the faces of my friends from college, who are all now sporting the Friar haircut thanks to having a receding hairline. Being bald truly is such a unfortunate thing to have. How tall are you? I am but a humble 6'1". But the thing is, there's a difference between sporting a good kind of bald, which I find cool, like Jason Statham or Bruce Willis or The Rock, and then where you're so out of shape, you have eye bags, and then you have the receding hairline. Like, my brother, take care of yourself. What are you doing? But yes, hi there, Beth. Being bald is probably the least of like your concerns. You should probably, worry more about like, did I pay the Pierre for my monthly maintenance on my second yacht? I can't quite remember. That oil from Dubai probably hasn't arrived yet. Oh well. Something like that. Both my brother and I are tall, but he can actually endure the long hair. 6'1", I'm 185 centimeters tall, Chan. Or, yeah, 185. I don't know. Is that 6'1"? 6? Vesper says, I meant to say that I dislike the noise hair dryers make, but I sing to block it out. Ah. Hello, Neko Thunder. Astrid. Apologize to my bald friend. Oh, I think Beth sports it rather proudly. Right, Beth? Quality is so good. Well, despite my random hiccups. I don't know. Pins. Pin 2. Pin 3. Ah, yes, the. There. Wait, this is terrible. It's like somebody's spying at me from the distance. Being that tall in Southeast Asia must be a debuff. If you're 6'1" in Southeast Asia, it's more of a challenge than anything. Well, one, off the shelf clothing, local, are not gonna fit you. Look, I'm not a fat guy, but in the shopping section, the department store, I have to go to the plus size section just to find a polo shirt that fits me. It was an absurd 7XL or 8XL or something. It was like, it's like, what? And then I tried an American size shirt, and like a medium or a large fits me just right. American size shirts are enormous. They're so wide. Oh yeah. I'm not joking. Check how the Chinese sized shirts are. They're so small. Ridiculously small. Salutations, Sir Gam. How was your day? Going okay. Lamenting on the sizes in the department store. They don't even have shoes my size. I always have to look at the international brands. So buying clothing is a pursuit which is very costly for me. Oh yeah. You should use Euro size. That's the thing. Euro and American size shirts are not that readily available in the styles I want. Who would have thought getting a plain black shirt is such a difficult thing to find? Okay, okay, why would I wanna wear old clothes in which somebody's armpits has sandwiched itself over? Ugh, I would rather save up for a new one. Okay Okay is a second-hand store for clothes in the Philippines, Chan. Yeah, but no, you would fit fine. You would probably be wearing some of the cooler men's clothes. The funny thing is, the Asian Chinese fashion here is. You know what you see, the tech wear and everything, all the fancy stuff. It's all here. It's just fit for small people. You will look very anime here if you actually pick your clothing. So I think you would actually enjoy what you can shop here, Vesp. Probably the souvenirs you're gonna be bringing home when you visit. Beth said, I finally finished my write-up for me screaming at the sky for a you got the promotion or you're applying for one? My goodness! So from owning a yacht, Beth here is gonna get promoted and have said yacht gold plated. I see. Moving up in the world. Hmm. Maybe I will fit in something there after the famine in my country takes its toll, says Bolon Vuri. Just don't starve yourself. Hey Geb, how much time do we have before the stream ends? I don't know. I have 35 minutes at the very least. Uh, you know, you can always buy for more time. It's gonna help the streamer with his move. With his apartment that is apparently very costly to renovate. Stupid storms. Yeah. Applying, replies Beth. The guy that hated me finally retired, so he won't be able to block me. Block you? Oh, he gets in the way. God damn. Well, I hope you get the promotion, Beth. 100% wish you do get it. Like, not totally not for my benefit or anything, you know. It's just, I'm happy for you. Totally deserving. You are so animated. Are you planning on streaming some games? Perchance that door has not been closed. Your model now looks amazing. I revamped the facial tracking, chat. I did some tweaks. It's very subtle, but it adds up. Before, whenever I talk, most of my face would be stiff. I forget that when you talk, a lot of facial muscles work in conjunction in order to get the phonetic shape that is required. Like pucker. Oh. I should have done this since day one. You're so adorable. Can I give you head pats? If head pats means money, sure. But actual head pats, not. Yes, soup, yes. Hi, they're niche. Hand me down shirts are a godsend, says Mystic. But hand me down pants and shorts, let's not get there. Oh, ooh, where it has like stitch scratch areas because it's like faded. If head pats means money, sure. go ahead. Take $10 1 second. I'm just here for the food. Ah, yes, lasagna. Probably a lot of plushies, to be honest. I've been good, haven't purchased one in ages. Ah. Did you get a haircut? No, I just got a new soap that I've been washing my face with. Did quite a number on my skin quality. What is your favorite animal? Same answer as before. My cat, Yummy. They can't stand the time due to proportions in sports. Ah, sports, hand me downs. Oh, yikes. Those are worn in. Speaking of food, do you enjoy spicy things, Geb? Oh, trust me. Last year, I've been eating a whole lot of that Korean spicy noodles called buldak. Now, this buldak, initially I just ate it as is until I started to see videos online in which how you should prepare them. So you get some scallions, you chop them, put raw egg on top so it's partially cooked, get some mayonnaise, QP, and then you put some shredded cheese on top, put your seafood of choice as well. And then you cook it saucy, stir it just like that. Don't drain all the water. It's absolutely delicious. And it will destroy your behind a couple of hours later. Yes. I think Thailand has a different sort of flavor palette. Thailand is very much zesty with their sauces and dips, right? Yes, spicy. The Philippines has a very high tolerance for spice to the point that we sometimes eat chili peppers raw, like we quite literally bite it just for a bit of extra pep. So sometimes when I try the foreign restaurants where they say it's spicy, it's like this doesn't taste like anything. Look, one of our street foods here or like meals is essentially a giant chili pepper stuffed with some ground beef or pork or ham and then cheese and then it's wrapped in rice paper, deep fry it. We call it dynamite. It's absolutely delicious. Yes, your system sort of gets used to it though. Beth said, God, I miss spicy food. Ecuador spicy was black pepper. I'm a big fan of black pepper. It just adds the right goodness. I don't know what it was, but it was it was but that's what the is for on the sign. Korean chicken pumps. Ah, yes. My mother calls fresh cracked black pepper to. Oh my goodness, you're gonna have a hard time here then. Oh, mango float, mango graham float or shake. Oh. Oh, now you're making me crave, bro. So mangoes pureed with ice, cream or milk, and then there's graham crackers on it, and cream cheese. Oh. That sounds amazing, to be honest. It is. But yeah, asking for extra spice as Beth, they give it one more crack and ask if that's enough. I had Tabasco on tortilla once, says Ikariki. I was expecting something that would make me rip my tongue out, but no. Now I'm hungry, says Cool Star Girl. How about you go get a snack? Ah, a snack. Could you get me one too? If only. Hi there, Sparkles. A grand entrance and then an exit soon after. Axel says, I'm gonna go grab a yogurt. I haven't eaten anything yet today. Go ahead, grab your yogurt. Making me wish I had some Persian dishes right now. Ah, the yogurt on a kebab. Mm. The good kind of allergy, the spicy allergy. 3 out of 5 assignments done aside from another essay and a final exam. You're almost there, darling. I think I've hit a good stopping point. Are you sure you wanna lose momentum in the next 3 days you're gonna have? Oh, if it isn't Teka Meka, greetings, oh great tip giver of VR chat things. How are you? Oh, pardon my rather lazy demeanor today. It's raining cats and dogs over where I am, so hard not to relax. But yes. You and I will be chowing down on that pizza, says Mystic. Ah, pizza. Yep, it's raining here too. It's raining really hard where I'm at. Oh, more like it's been raining constantly. Here I am wanting to go work on renovations for my apartment, but lo and behold, I am unable to because of our rather damp, no, wet weather. Ooh, apply the waterproofing sealant on the windows. How can I when the windows has water spattering inwards? Honestly, after 2 essays and a quiz, I'm tired for the day. Alright, go rest your overworked brain and go relax. Guy says, to be honest, if the opportunity ever came up, I'd like to treat you to my chicken rice meal I make on occasion. I think you'd enjoy it. I would not say no to that. Looks like Geb is getting tired. Are you implying I go? What makes you say that, Spartan? Sure. It is currently 12:58 a.m. of a Tuesday. Where is your character full body? Yes, chat. Here, enjoy my rather weird, super zoomed out view. There. Wait, what? There we go. Of course, I don't show this angle because it's not interesting. I know you guys just want one of these again. Your character is somehow badass and cozy at the same time. I mean, can't a guy just get comfortable on stream? I'll see you around, Pingju. Good night, and thanks for the fantastic art. Sky is suggesting that I get the key asset to jingle in front of chat to get their attention. I think that's what the coin is for. You sound like Mads Mikkelsen. Oh, please. I absolutely adore the guy. He's awesome. Mads? No, he has a much more cold and flat demeanor. He's gonna make you feel tense just sitting on the same table as you are, without even trying. All right, well, welcome. Welcome, Sparkling. The coin has been having my attention. Seeing it works. I would love to treat you to my homemade toad in the hole. I hope that's just a fancy name for a delicious drink, not an actual toad in a hole. Toad in a hole. Mm. Whoa, a big wall of text and a first time chatter. All right. I shall entertain you, Green Star you. The message goes, "Hi there. I know too many people ask about it, but I can't find information about your current VR setup. May I ask, what did you use? I am on a Pico 4 Pro, Quest Pro, Valve Index. Wow, you have three headsets at the same time. But the microphone of the Quest Pro is really bad. You have a really good audio quality. So as you could just, you know what? It's a polite way of asking. I am using a wireless Logitech gaming headset. As to what it is, well, you do your research and you get the answer. I'm not gonna spoon feed chat my setup. I work hard to cobble all of this together. Pro tip, don't get the Razer. It's the flimsiest piece of hardware ever. Hypothetically, if I happen to be making art of you, how should I send that? The Tekka, my goodness. How about you go drop in my
Dough in a
Discord?
hole is basically sausage and mash in a giant Yorkshire pudding iron.
You see that funny blue link above? That's a Discord. And then you can DM it to me too if you don't want to join. Or, yeah, I think a DM will work. My Discord is I should not say that in public. But for the creative minds who have a sense of, well, the common, you should know what my Discord is. All my socials have the same handle, chat. It's at Gebas. Ah, sausages. All right, I'll take it then. Sparkles. Do you draw? Oh man, not anymore. It's been a while since I picked up the pen. Ever since I started streaming, I have not been able to practice anymore. But if you look through my Twitter, you might see a bunch of doodles that I make. I remember trying a full body without clothes of a Nova piece before. You may like the beans. Drawing street, nah. There's enough artists out there who deserve the attention. Much more than I do. You mentioned a meetup after stream. How do we join? 1. You must have been here in stream for 5 years, have donated a total of $200 within a 2-hour span of time, and most of all, you gotta be using the Valve deck card for a headset in order to join the community me. Is what I would say if I was joking. In order to join the community meet, I gotta know you a little bit better first. So you gotta be part of the Discord, and you must have filled in your introductions there. Yes, Howler. 5 years. You must have been watching my streams for 5 years, even though I've only been streaming for 1. It's like those job applications, you know. Oh, you just graduated? You gotta make sure you have 10 years of experience. Like, how am I supposed to get the experience if no jobs would let me in the first place? They've been watching you, but not the stream. Not the stream. Oh yeah, you gotta have a VR headset. The desktop meetups are, it's weird. You're just standing there staring. Call me mean, but if I'm gonna meet people in VR, I want them to at least have the bare minimum of locomotion. Gosh. Alerted Gemos is best nga basta. He's just standing there menacingly. I don't know, I start to feel tense when a desktop user is just standing there and they're not talking. Like, how may I help you? Swing your tail. Rocky says I'll probably get mine next month. After a year on desktop, I think it's worth it. Yes. Gebu's surprised expression is sending. What? The. Yeah, so you see, before I used to be really open with my community mates. But after a few bad eggs managed to slip in, I have been really. How should I say this? I've been really picky about the requirements in order to show up. Like at the very least, let me know you first. Like maybe be level 10 in the Discord, like be actively part of the community, say hello first, have the introductions, let other people know you too, right? Because whenever I let people in, or if you let people in into your space along with your friends, blindly, that is just a recipe for disaster. You don't know this person's psychological profile and whatnot. I do make exceptions though. Because sometimes you will catch me in not community hangouts, or we really vibe during the community hangouts, and then you immediately get jumped up a few levels. Because I trust you. I've been able to gauge you. Geb seeing a desktop user. If I say I think you're cool, do know that's a line I say maybe once or twice a year. Vesper says, we had someone give a full tantrum on stream after we met them before. In chat, of course. Oh, trust me. Goodness. Also, if I don't add you as a friend, it just means I'm observing common sense, and that's called stranger danger. I've run into somebody. I've talked maybe for the first or second time on PC, and then they said, I'm gonna shoot you a friend request. I'm like, hold on, I don't even know who you are. How about we get to know each other first before you commit? It's like, right? That's how it should be, chat. You talk with the person first before letting them into your house. I mean, except if they're the delivery guy or maintenance, but that's a totally different scenario. Got it. Need to work to reach the Geb calls me cool level. Bev, I don't think you're just cool. you, you're too I think you have other titles stacked on to your name at this point. Look, whenever I imagine you, I what's look, whenever I imagine Beth, right? He's watching my streams while he's on like a Huey or a transport helicopter over the forests of Bolivia where like all sorts of nasty armed people are. And yeah. And then the pilot's gonna say, "Sir, we're about to touch down." All right. And then that's when he exits the stream. It's just like that. I think you're beyond cool, Beth. It's more of, I think I'm grateful that you are settled. And most people I see that tip to streamers, it becomes they expect something in return or they're trying to prove themselves or something. When I see Beth, he's just a chill guy with some extra coin to spare and he's very much okay with his life. You know what I mean? And he's like genuinely interacting with chat and everything. And I respect that. I like that. I wish more people was like that. They don't have me doing anything cool like that, sadly. That is what Beth wants to say to the public, of course, given the NDA nature of his job. Beth said, don't expect anything, just love the vibes. Same here, same here. I've seen horror stories of, well, they're not particularly furry streamers, but of other streamers that are of the female variety. The cute anime girl on screen, they have raving fans, sometimes a little too crazy that they toss their life savings to the streamer, right? With expectations in return. And when they find out that the streamer actually has a life outside of the character they're playing on stream, they go crazy. They lose their mind. Sometimes they become a security concern. They will track the streamer down, and I've heard news of bad things happening. Lucky enough, who I am here on screen is pretty much the same off screen, so there's no real illusion to break. That's me following the TOS of the streaming platforms of choice, hence I'm not cussing and whatnot. I cuss a little bit when I play games, but everything else is the same. If you've hanged out with me, then you should know. Ain't that the truth? Says Mr. Oh yeah, the chargebacks too. I've seen that. Like a streamer would get a huge donation, right? Hold on, let me adjust my tracker. It's riding up. So a streamer would get a huge donation. Life-changing amount of money. And then a chargeback happens, which ruins them. They're in debt and everything. Like, oh man. I hope that doesn't happen here. I can trust you with that, right, Chad? Look, I'm not wealthy by any measure, okay? So, spare me the headache, please. Dear Carty, the true VIP moment is getting to see Geb. I think, aside from my super close friends, which is Mistake and obviously Vesper, Axiom, Mecha, the ones I've known for a long time, I think a certain somebody was able to get away with things chat would beat each other up for. Especially that last hangout with the pool. Not saying what happened. Oh my, Terp, you gotta be of age if you're gonna join the Discord. My phone just reset on me, oh my. Yes, Vinvi. $100 from everybody who wants to know what happened. Oh, Litz is gatekeeping. Oh my. Something about playing the piano or like that. I drank a lot. Don't worry, Spark. Yes, the piano. If I ever do get a son as a saxo, I'll join the hangouts. Have a few things to do that before that as well. Alright. That's true. You can just pick an avatar that you feel is you. Thank goodness there's thousands of avatars out there. Thank you, Denki. Gajita swears if you have coin. Gajit has beans if you have coin. Unfortunately, I look more Argonian than anything. How do the Argonians talk? They refer to themselves in a weird way. Something like, well, how do they name themselves? Like, he who plays with coin. He who plays with coin is unfortunately not going to be able to indulge in what you want. Something like that. Yes. You sound like you're friends with Inigo from Skyrim. Or Maik the lion. Maik does not appreciate the pressure of the questions going towards him. Maik insists that he be on his way. Yep. Yes. Oh my goodness, it's hot in my apartment. AC time. Time to strip that heat off of your body. That's correct. Yeah, that's correct. Ah, a Argonian, the blue one, I see. I'll share a box of Capri Suns with you. If it's nice and cold, sure. What are you talking about, Vinvi? It's quite the opposite, actually. The snake. The snake. What about the snake? You remind me a whole lot of Nick Wilde. So I'm not sure if that's okay to say. Oh, trust me, that's somebody new. Most people say, "Ooh, you remind me of Puss in Boots or Death from Puss in Boots as well." And then you sound like a Khajiit. Okay. Are you good looking in real life? My mom said I'm the most handsome boy in the world. Probably the truth. What's this? A bunch of coins fell out of Beth as he was walking around his yacht completely unaware of it. And here I am catching it. Thanks, Beth. Beth. Beth with the enormous W. Thank you so much. Oh, God. That actually offsets the cost of the extra stuff I ordered earlier. I had to order a bunch of new other plywood, chat. Pre-cut ones. One was 3 by 4 feet and I needed 2 of that. And a bunch of smaller ones. Because what I plan on doing is, so there's the old rusted windows that looks like a prison cell from the 50s, right? So I'm gonna put like the sealant on it first, and then I'm gonna pad it with foam in between, and then I'm gonna put plywood on top. Because the window is actually recessed behind concrete by like maybe 3 inches. And this window is also the one facing the main street, so it should do a decent job at keeping the sounds from permeating. I hear the kids outside playing tag and whatnot, the local guy selling ice cream with his jingling bell, or you hear the little guys with the 150cc motorcycles revving up their bike and it's so noisy. Yep. So thanks. 100 bucks of spare chair. Oh, trust me, it's pocket lint to Beth. Yep. Balut. The guy selling boiled egg. Oh, yep. No. Luber is a handsome goofball. Those motorbike sounds, you definitely. Oh no, it's gross. Moms are always right. How many more cans of sealant did you have to get? I got 15 cans of 1,200 ml expanding foam. I have 2 liters. No, was it 3? 2 or 3 liters of polyurea based waterproofing sealant. And then I was contemplating on getting a silicone one, but that's ineffective for such a large surface area. I need a paintbrush for the polyurea. And then after that, I have the little spray thing for any micro nooks and crannies I might miss. And the plywood after. And then on top of the plywood, I'm gonna put the acoustic panels. So it's gonna be nice and clean and it doesn't look like there's a window there at all. I will take pictures of the apartment as I make progress. Right now, all you've seen is the before. It's pretty bad with the mold and mildew on the floor. Unnecessarily loud exhaust. Yes. Suspiciously wealthy furry. Oh, God. I have a friend. She gets commission. She draws monster girls, right? One of her commissions, I think it cost 800 bucks. I mean, it was a challenge to draw because it was a multi-headed girl on top of what looked like a chimera's body. I mean, yeah, with the horn, with the goat, the snake, and the lion. So, but I was like, wow, I've never commissioned anybody in my life. So, the thought of me spending that's not a month, a couple of months worth of groceries on art is probably something not on the top of my list of things. Don't get me wrong, kudos to the guys that can. But that is something I can't sustain. Is the apartment yours now or are things still in progress? I have gotten the email and the paperwork already and the costing from the building admin. It's all a matter of me signing it, which is just formality at this point. I've already begun the renovations. Well, by began, I mean I piled all of the things I shop for inside the apartment. And tomorrow we're gonna start cleaning it and the ceiling. And oh, that's a lot. That's a lot. See you around there. Oh, my room. Yeah, it's nice. It's just small, rocky. I miss my old job that allowed me to make purchases like that. What happened? If you can purchase that, you're in the suspiciously wealthy furry tier, right? You should get back to that job so you can get me lasagna and that chicken thing you were flaunting about. I'm gonna go drink. Filipino accent. You are correct. I am Filipino, Chan. Suspiciously wealthy furries should run the world. Should? I think they do. Oh, so you were absent from the this. And where is my camera? There we go. Health issues. Well, let's see if we can make this camera look a little better. Maybe this one instead. This is the funny rear view one. Let's get a good angle. There we proper side view. It's valid to live in cheaper countries as a furry artist. 2 comps per month, and as you said, that's true. Again, chat, in my old job, I used to be paid after 4 years of working. I took home $450 to split to bills, to split with rent, food, transportation, maintenance, body and healthcare, and yeah. I'm going to scrounge up some food. Behave, chat. See you later, Vess. Hold on, how do I do this? Creative zoom. Funny how the lights are flickering. What's the difference between that and pin 1 there? I was bringing in $4,000 a month. $4,000 a month is either you're a business owner here with a very successful business, or CEO of some international company, or I mean, like you're working in some big management position. My boss, he only brought in like a $1,600 a month. Yeah, I asked a salary, boss, how much you bring home? Oh yeah, but then again, the cost of living here in the Philippines is wildly different from how it is in the West. You can get by with very little here. Well, with local resources that are available. But if you are going to buy stuff that is important, that is where you're gonna realize you don't really have much purchasing power at all. Yeah. You're always in focus. Always in focus. Speaking of DMs on Discord, let me go check. I might have been sent one. Nope. Okay. thought I had one. I think. Fan art. Productions. So we have a proto-gen who joined named something. We have Star. Okay, there we go. We have potato. Ecliptic. Oh my god. Follow the format, guys. What's that? I saw a hand heart, but from who? Thank you, Maddie. Mary VTuber. How sweet of you. Sorry, I'm alt-tabbed and looking at my Discord right now. Is that a tiger bee that just joined? Oh, it is a tiger bee. That's cute. I hope you get your dream apartment. With your contribution, Mary, I am one step closer to it. Thank you. I am giving it my all. Hold on. Oh, you're here, Noisy. Hi. That would be me. You know what's funny? I actually have yet to run into a proper tiger bee. Like my friends sometimes use tiger bees just for a few minutes, but an actual tiger bee that's their main persona? That would be cool. We need a tiger bee, a hyena. Maybe as... What else am I needing? What am I looking for? I had a short list of friends I wanted to have. It was a for fun list. Geb loves tiger bees. I am not gonna deny that. I think tiger bees are absolutely adorable. They look like little punks. They're like little runts, you know. They stand at what? 4 feet height. They have huge, squishable hands, and then you know they're. I can't tell if they're mean or not. So yeah. Do you what? A wolf, maybe. Oh, I think that's no. Howler is a fox, right? Howler is a rex, so those are foxes. Do I have a wolf? I don't think so. I have a guy who calls himself the Wolf, and his voice is very deep, chat. You should know him. His color purple. But whenever I meet him, I have yet to see him in any form of wolfen form, like Avatar. Are you a... No, you're a fox, right? I mean, you look pretty sleek to me. I'm gonna keep applying there, says Sky. Though they advertise needing employees because I want the job back. Get that job back, Sky. Get your money back and then share some of it with me. I am rooting for you 200%. I mean, quality of life back then. Totally not after the coin or anything. Ah, yes. A streamer strategy. Do everything you can to support your chat in their career endeavors. Wish them luck. Reinforce them mentally so they actually make it big in life. So they can throw more money back at you. It's a win-win. I'm just joking, chat. Only give if you want to, alright? You're never obligated to. And it's 100% non-refundable whenever you give me donations, okay? So yeah, there, now that things are clear. Hmm. What's this? I'll probably be around a tenner when I get my first paycheck. No, Scales, it's okay. If you've never had a job before, save your money first. Our success is Gab's success. Your success is my success. Your money, wait. I mean, I was totally doing a parody of a character. Mhm. Going on. Is that why you support my career in psychology? Of course. Do you have a Discord server? Yes. Mushroom Toad. Do you see this funny blue thing above? If you put your face against your phone, you can actually see that it's a Discord link. I missed why you would like donations. I am raising money in order to get a new apartment, which improves my quality of life. I won't live in a prison cell anymore, of a studio unit, and I would get a bigger play space, which in turn will entertain chat more. Like enormously bigger play space. I'm gonna allocate 60% of my apartment just so it's play space. The rest it's like for storage, kitchen, bathroom, bedroom. And he can dance. Chat, something I told myself, if and when I do get that apartment, if and when this fundraiser here gets fully funded, I will try the dance class that Mechatronic Dragon is in, the VR dancing thing, because I can actually move now. I've been meaning to become more limber. And maybe I can show you my workout streams too. Yes, watch me struggle as I do more push-ups than usual. You get Geb dancing there. Fine. If we fully fund this, you are going to get a dancing stream from me in full body, uncropped. How's that? I mean, obviously, once I have everything set up, so, but yeah, you know what I mean. Say less. All of a sudden, Mystic got. Yeah. I've also invested in the big. Do you know the big puzzle pieces they use for gyms? That's gonna be in the entire play space. So if I can jump, I can crash and roll and everything. It's not gonna be a problem. Is the bar on Twitch? How much is it to fill? Yeah, it's on Twitch. You can check it out, Reed. It's, not much. Only, yeah, it's, as Beth said, it's only, quote unquote, only 3.1k away. That's probably how much Beth pays for breakfast in one of his excursions to meet a client. Like, please, I'll handle the bill. He'll handle the bill because he owns the restaurant. That's not a bad idea to have. Oh no, what happened to my controller? Hold on. Yep, now it's time to reset my controller real quick because it's being funny again. All right, so around the 3 hour mark is when my controller start acting funny. I see. Letting me know. There's a charger. Hold on, it's not charging. Buddy, come on. Meta, why did you make your charger so damn hard to... Oh. Fine. I'm gonna charge both of them so they fit. There. Hold on. 10 seconds to reset the controller. And that should be good. Okay. Come here. Wake up. Left. All right. Left, right. Yes, buddy. Come on. No, right hand. Okay. Why do your controllers always give you lip? I don't know. It's something you have to ask Meta. As you can see, my right hand is not serviceable again. Oh, well. What's
Nice
that?
round number.
A very nice round number indeed. What do you know? Beth did another lap around his yacht as he was watching his probably immigrant workers gold plating it. And some cash fell on the water, and me, totally not being a dolphin with capriciousness towards Coin, caught it with his mouth. AKA, thank you so much. Oh man, he sat down and some coins fell in the water. That's such a funny thing. I kind of want to see that drawn now. And the tips are actually just accidental things, litter that falls out of the pocket. Oh man, and it just doesn't bother to pick it up. But yeah, thanks, man. Huge help. Another 4 hours to. What can I do? I. Here we are. Go in 3 hours. You know, why not? Let's see. Wow, we've actually raised. Hold on, let me zoom in. We've raised 1.2k. We are getting there, chat. My goodness. I never thought these fundraisers would actually work. That's why I never bothered with it. I always been so embarrassed about, asking. Oh, I completely forgot. There was a promotion going on, right? I see. What's this? Potato Foxy says, every time I see you, you're always sitting there. I will be standing up more next time. Trust me, Potato. So hello. Once we get the new apartment, which we're inching slowly towards, how many percent is that? We're roughly 30% there. We're 30% there. His streams are getting more. How many people are watching? Oh wow, what? I thought it was like 30 plus. Hello, chat. Am I actually gonna make partner if I keep this up? I hope so. Oh my goodness. I really hope so. I had a good bit of cash back from bad financial decisions I made in the past. How does that work? So using it for a good financial decision is worth it. Thank you so much. I'm gonna you see, I'm gonna make you funny thing to put in the apartment. Geb's about to retire. If I live on $3 a day, I can probably retire soon. Honey, I actually lived on $3 a day before or less. Now that I think about it. Wow, oh my goodness, I had to budget like one meal a day. That was but then again, there were people giving me food too, so had a little bit of a memory fart. Hi there, Toby. OBS is being bonkers right now. $3 a day. Oh, I legit. You see, here you can buy a usual serving. One meal, you get your rice, maybe rice, 4 pieces of fried dumplings, or 5 was it, for $1. And then the water came free. And I had to make that fit. That's all I ate. I don't know if it was real meat in the dumplings, but it filled me up. I got cash back from my cards. I spent money on stuff I didn't need. And the work oh, you got reimbursed. My goodness. Think about that. Well, thanks, Ben. Are you talking about the Dark Souls cards? That's cool. Don't let them go. They're super awesome. Hey, food is food. I know. Hold on. I cannot. There we go. Okay, waiting for my other controller to reset. Come on. And we shall check your rule. Yes, there we go. Please stay there. Okay. Well, that's working. OBS is detecting frame drops. Oh yeah, I am getting frame drops. I don't know why. Geb's really losing an arm and a leg to keep the stream going. If you were there during Ferality Somna, I reached a point in which my trackers ran out of battery, right? And as one by one, my trackers were going offline. Matthew decided to enable his wheelchair avatar, and I promptly so wheelchair for a good half hour because my full body was disabled. So I was waiting for my batteries to charge again. It was the funniest thing. I think I have a picture of it pinned somewhere. It's either in the media, the memes, or the VR chat. There is evidence in Discord. Howler was there too. The typhoon is affecting the server. Yeah, the weather. I'm just glad the power hasn't gone out yet. I really am. Hi, Kyra. Welcome to my live. Do I need to have a wheelchair to push you around in my Avi? No, we're gonna have Howler as the wheelchair, or Matthew, and then you gotta push. Is there a wheelchair asset that I can sit on and then it's bound to your hand? I am gonna get extremely motion sick. Toby Johnson, thank you for the roses. No, I'm just a secretary. He logs things and he holds the umbrella 50% of the time correctly. In one of the photos I shared, you can clearly see me being drenched. Thanks, Howler. Those are good numbers. Good numbers. I'm bored and I just decided to gift you. You know, you can be more bored, Toby. I'm having lasagna for dinner tonight. When you grow up, no, when you wake up tomorrow, it's going to be 0.5 inches shorter. That's the curse I'm placing on you, Blue Scales. I'm gonna be going, says Reem. I'm glad to have caught your streams before retirement. Good night, Reem. Take care of your long hair. I had to double check if it was actually you. I love the new Avi game. Well, thank you, Rena. Honestly, I was worried back then because, new looking people are not gonna get used to it. Oh no, he's not cute anymore. The old one was adorable, but now you're scary. I look scary, Jen. I'm probably the most unmean looking dragon there is. One of the dragons without a hoard of treasure. No gold, no nothing that I can sleep on to give me scoliosis. The one treasure I have a lot of now. That's a wonderful community and friends. That's you, viewer. Thanks, Toby. What's this? You gotta show pics of lasagna not to be cursed. Too late. If there is no picture of the lasagna, instead of 0.5 inches, it's gonna grow shorter by an inch. Until it's nothing but the grape. Whatever happened to the fake Kebon Dick? I don't know. I've started putting watermarks on my videos, so if he uploads my videos, he's just helping me at that point. If I could cast spells, I would teleport lasagna to again. That would be the dream, wouldn't it? I do have pets, Arctic. Fish, a cat, shrimp, snails, lotion. Imagine having a lasagna size 30 by 60 framed on the... Shh, don't spoil, chat. That's gonna be part of the decoration in the new apartment. So I'm gonna imagine me commissioning a Victorian era painting, the whole like that, but it's just me touching lasagna. That'll be wonderful for a background. A huge lasagna cutout, yes. I'm going to stick it as my door frame. My door frame is just gonna be a top view of lasagna that's freshly baked. So with the door handle on it, you're gonna know that's my room. I have the Elder Wand too. You know what? I'm gonna drink. Okay, I'm starting to feel where all that drink is going. Just like in the old Command and Conquer games, please construct additional silos. What's this? I feel like there should be a coin flip redeem. Just for Spartan. Coin flip redeem. Command and Conquer. Oh yes, I've played every single game there was. That's what I grew up with. Westwood Studios. The mind is quicker than the eye. Be one with Yuri. Or you go further back. The Hand of Nod, yes. You know, Cain. I actually really like the story. And there's the Tiberium Wars. There's so many. The Shockwave one. Westwood Studios, great stuff. I wish they would make more games like that. I absolutely love the low budget green screen videos they have. And then you realize celebrities are actually showing up there. I loved it. It was the best. Oh, good luck, Arte. No lasagna pictures. Why? Are they still making Command and Conquer like Red Alert 2? They made Red Alert 3. And then they made the Tiberium Wars thing. And I think that's where they stopped. My favorite was Red Alert 2 though. That's oh man. I remember I remember the unit, the Soviet cyborg soldier, Volkov, and the cybernetic dog, Chitskui. It was stupid. The dog could leap like 50 meters far up cliffs to the enemy soldiers. Oh my goodness. Volkov, aside from being more powerful than a cruiser, he was a infantry unit that would shoot high explosive rounds out of a silenced pistol, if that even made sense. That would blow up tanks. Yeah, it was absurd. I loved it. The green screens were so good. I'd watch a movie like that, yeah. Who is Tony John? He's been sending a lot of TikTok things. You mean Toby Johnson? No, it's a friend of Cave Johnson, Aperture Science. This was a triumph. Sinister Plague says, I just checked and apparently they made a remastered collection and I've seen it. I've seen the remastered one. And you can play it, you can switch the graphics in real time. What face tracking do you use? Want to be a bit more specific? Oh, the rivals. If there is one Command and Conquer I actually really like, it's Command and Conquer Generals. It's the only grounded in reality Command and Conquer there was, but obviously it's not socially acceptable now. so you had the Allies, right? And then you had the GLA. The GLA were like the we will bomb America people, the terrorists and everything. And we had China. We had China there. What's this? Yeah, oh my god, it's all coming back to me. I missed that. The GLA, oh my goodness. They had Anthrax, they had technicals that you could upgrade, and they had a unit that I absolutely love. It's called the Angry Mob. So it's a bunch of people. It counts as one unit. It's a bunch of angry villagers that you could arm with AKs and they throw Molotovs at you. And they were very strong. It's very cliche. Generals is the only one I play with, the Shockwave mod. We build for China, expanding China's borders. Oh my goodness, I want to play it for how... Oh, what do you know? Zach is awake. Hi there, Zach. I hope you got some rest in. Thank you, Zach. Look at that. We're getting there. We're like 30% funded. My goodness. Foreign devils. China is under attack. Oh my god. No, stop. I'm going to start becoming racist and everything. I'm half Chinese though, so I can say it. I love it. I love the unit lines there. There's a unit there by the terrorist faction. It's called a demolition truck. It's a truck filled with IEDs. You know what the truck driver's line is? Oh, no, was it the truck? No, it was the guy with the bomb vest. What's it? I like a crowd. Or something like that. Yeah. Oh my god. And then the truck's like, one-way trip. It's so funny, God. I mean, it's not funny for most people, but I found it hilarious. One-way trip. Watch out for the bomb. I'm great with crowds. Oh my god. And then so in generals, you have the three factions: China, the US, and the GLA. US has a Chinook, a dual rotor helicopter ferrying supplies from crates for money. In China, you have their little trucks, right? The GLA, the terrorist faction, guess what they have? They have workers. Workers in turbans, they're underfed. And then one of their lines is something about, like, please, all I need are shoes or something like that. And then one of the unit upgrades you can give them is actual sandals. And then they become the happiest thing ever. And they move so fast. I will work. Yeah, that one. Oh my god. The terrace has to switch from traction control to craft control. Please, please, I will work. Okay. Yeah. You know, I think game companies are afraid of making these kind of contents nowadays. And then America. America was so what do you call this? Was parodied to such a degree. It had the most cliche American accented lines for their infantry. And it's always like pride of the US of A. And then with the Humvees and everything. Yes. Yeah, we need a gaming company who isn't corrupt with the overly politically correct. Yes, precisely. We're not gonna talk about the secret scene last stream. What secret scene? Can we not live in peace? Oh my god. Oh man. Yep. I'm just a peasant. China is under attack. Oh. I was going to get my few hours of well-deserved sleep. See you later, Gab. See you, chap. I'll be in the server when I wake up. See you around, Rocky. The rest you have be as lovely as you are. Look, chat. If you go through the edited clip section of Discord, you're gonna find out what my kind of humor is. It's humor coming from an age of the internet that has pretty much died out. Thank goodness Instagram is the last bastion of meme-tastic safety. I really wanna see. Yeah, it's my humor is not edgy humor. It's just dark humor, like politically incorrect humor. Because it stems from the nature of it's something you shouldn't laugh at. That's why it makes it even funnier. The secret scene was not a cake. Ah, that one from last stream. I know what you're talking about. I wonder what I did. I wonder what was shown. Hmm. What kind of humor is Gib into? Watermelon social credit scores and wheelchairs. Those three keywords alone should be enough. Should be enough of a paper trail. US bulldozer quotes are from the dozer and really? They changed the lines? Oh man, maybe I need to play. Those three words say plenty. Yep. You know, wholesome things like, oh, trust me, I already went all out on the social thingy on TikTok. Oh my goodness. Oh. Did I just hiccup? Oh no. And see you, Spark. To be honest, I'll 100% stream the game at some point just to show you if you want. Yeah, go ahead. I'll drop by and see how it is. I'm hearing your live over my other TikTok videos. Wow. What do you mean, Golden? I was there. I meant it never happened. Beth saw nothing. 100%. Totally no, like 5-minute black screen with a little reveal at the end. Nope. None of that. No beans involved. None of these, chat. Oh my, you're lagging. Hello? Lag test. Okay, recalibrate. There we go. Last stream in a nutshell, says Lane. Aye. Must be the money. Darkness. Oh hey, that brings us back a few months. Beans now, and oh hey, it's finally over. Or not. Yeah. If you know, you know. If you were there, then cool. Uh-oh. Okay, that doesn't work. What was the 20-second stream afterwards, though? I don't understand. Ah, more pieces for the puzzle, I see. Speaking of puzzle, I was quite puzzled when people were commenting about. I like how you say the word assume. I mean, you assume things, right? I assume that's correct. They said it was cute, it was interesting. Like, have I been saying it wrong? What time is it over there? It is currently 2 a.m. That was you using your old app. No idea what you mean. That's 20 people that joined Discord. Did they actually make it past the verification, I wonder? It's assume. That's so hard to say. I assume. It's like I have to. Imagine me driving a car. When I say assume, it's like assume. Like there is a speed bump I have to hit the brakes on. Slow down and then go ahead. But when it's assume, it's like assume, like Rolls Royce suspension sort of deal going on bumps. Only 6 so far. I think it's on a bot though. Oh my. Catherine, how do I read your name? Third Dick. Catherine Third Dick? What in tarnation sort of name is that? third dick. Right? Whoa, when did you upgrade the looks? Around a week or so ago. What's this? It's just elite knowledge for those who stayed until the very end. That's it. Oh, it's Czech. Can you please correct me as to how to pronounce that properly? Cerdik? Are you familiar with League of Legends? I was there when it first came out. I was there even before Ziggs was a hero. I played it when Master Yi could still be built with an AP set of items. I was there. And then I left. I left when all of the heroes were homogenized and it was nothing but a skin showcase fest. Ragnarok Online, yes. Hi there, Bero. Wait, I remember. Somebody said I should look at the introductions channel. Something about reference sheets and Tiger Bees. You got me at Tiger Bee. Oh, there we go. Oh, that's cute. A Tiger Bee that doesn't look mean. Oh. I love it. I absolutely love it. Adorable. You get this and reacts. Okay. Yeah, we are approaching 3 hours and a half. I don't remember saying it's gonna be an extended stream. But lo and behold, here we are. Hey buddy, wanna work with me? And no. Oh, it looks like I'm just slouching now. Like, ugh. I think Beth helped that's true. I cannot. He is a man that knows time is gold, and oh, well, here we are. Thanks, Amazon. Thank you, Beru. Hold on. You're commenting how good I look when one of my hands is disabled thanks to Meta's funny business with the controllers. Yes. Reactivate. No? Why is it purple? What does purple mean? Did it finally break, chat? Oh, and my controller died. Putting you back in the charger. The hand is mount. You know, maybe next time I just use my index as yes. How much will it be extended by? It has already been extended guaranteed by an extra hour. I could probably do another 40 minutes or 30 depending on the crowd. Open sesame. There we go. Hands back. Please, please, please. Aren't you bored of staring at me at this point, Chan? Maybe if I swap out the angles, there we go. Here. Well. Purple normally means the controller is updating. I don't want it to update midway. I'm not bored of your calming voice. Well, thanks. I'm a listener. You need to be a sleeper, Reed, and for Christ's sake, please wear a mask when you're working with any funny insulations and fibers. Your accent is good. Thanks. Reed is watching on TikTok. Yes, yes, he is. He is over yonder, along with the rest of the mobile users. You should probably get some rest after stream. No, I will be doing a little hangout after stream because nudge this funny bar over here a whole lot. And I'm sure Vesper wants to hang out too. Ah, my other friends. Oh, where it starts moving. Beru has gotten me some chocolate. Tony's chocolonely, huh? Oh, I like that. I appreciate the little gift. Quite sweet of you, literally. I'm on my job site at the moment, says Reed. Rough. No funny fibers. Good. You better keep it that way. Yeah, but a little hint for the password. The password is right there. All it involves is you using your eyes and see what is different from the rest. Some people manage to guess the password within the span of 5 seconds. Others have been unable to even with 2 weeks passing. Truly, it makes me wonder why. When the password is quite literally right under your noses. Here again with this Tony. Stay still, I'm drawing. Alright, late. Isn't that what I just did, Blue? Axel messed it up for a week. Oh my goodness. How did it feel after you finally managed to guess the password, Axel? Neko Thunder says, it really calms me down after all that job at Center Fix. Guys showed up saying they bought laptop charger from us and it's not working. Ask how a long time ago. They answered more than a year ago. Okay, alright. It was on the show. It took me a while because I was being dumb. Nah, you got it at the end of the day though. But yes, at least you're in. Oh my goodness. More people managed to join. I gotta head out, but enjoy the chocolate. Thank you so much, Beru Flower. I will surely enjoy said chocolate tree. What's this? I have like the most awkward smile. You know, like when your parents tell you to smile, it's like, is he? Oh wow. I am so ready to go melt into the chair. To the chair I go. My parents have to make me laugh at something to have a good smile for a picture, says Axel. It's just like, if you smile and have a good photo, I'll give you money. It's just, you mean to become photogenic? Yes. Smile when no money is involved. Smile when it's done for money. Ah. I hope the big move goes smoothly, says Draco knows. I would help by donating, but I'm currently low on money. Please, you wishing me well goes a long way. Thank you. I hate my smile. The sides open up a bit and looks a bit forced and creepy, says Blue. If that's the case, just flash your teeth ever so slightly. Don't go for that one. Where you pull your face muscles tight to the side, just slightly. Or even just a lip smile. Stream is still going strong, says Anonym. I mean, Litz. Yes, of course, of course. Gotta energize myself for the stream, post-stream hangout after all. Hi, Dragea, Quest Pro. That is a long name, hi. My sister is so photogenic that I'm sometimes jealous. That's your sister. Oh, man. You don't need to type in all caps.
1250 looks better than 1220 IMO.
I see. Well, you being so generous. Is clearly sending more than just a smile to the streamer. Why? I believe my heart is aflutter to all the support I'm getting today. That's. Sometimes it's a little bit hard to swallow the fact. What? Hold on. Fly speed. No, sorry. There you go. Yep. Thank you, Vesp. Vesper just balked the person. Oh. Finally, geez, you really made me think. You are one of the faster solvers there, Toby. Most people were stuck for a long, long time. God, I wasn't even on the railings and I realized. Where am I? Okay. I just walked into chat and saw someone get dragged out. That tends to happen to those that misbehave. Ah, yes, Vesper the Ruthless. Ever so effective at her job. I love ice cold water at 3 a.m. As a shower, oh, enjoy the goosebumps. Again, survey day, it's a Quest Pro. So, me just leaning over in the railings, sharing stories and whatnot every now and then. Surely isn't boring you, I hope. Like Cyro Inferno over here, deciding to also casually bombard my home with meteors. Meteors filled with money. Thank you so much. I don't know how much that is, but it looked really pretty on my screen. But I did mean my question, though. Not annoying. What? Okay. There's no message too. My goodness. All right. Thank you so much. Not anonymous. So there's two of you now. Anon and not Anon. Gotcha. Either call. He's yes, he's never gonna say the full anonymous. I gave up on drawing as a dragon, so you draw me as a proto. So you just covered up my face instead. Ah, yes. Oh man. I hope so. I Let's see how long that lasts. I think I need a whole month with no streams dipping below 75 if I want to apply for, that. But chat, being able to achieve partner, you helping me with the partner push is it's gonna be an uplift. It's gonna help enormously. I don't know what perks you get, but all I know is you get a bigger share, I think. And a funny check mark. How possible? We'll see. This model, the origin. This model, the origin. What do you mean? I believe the origin was back in ancient times, a single celled organism living by the volcanic vents of a primordial ocean. That's the origin. Hey Gib, do you have a workout routine? Funny you ask, I actually do. Very basic though. It's all this body resistance exercises. I don't have space to lift weights anymore. Unlike when I was going to the gym. It's your basics. You must have seen a video of me doing the workouts every now and then. It's in Soaring Fitness, their channel, before. And I think I posted a very short segment over at the VR chat channel. It was me and Mecca. We were working out. Space dust. I think Vesper is the one who stemmed from space dust, not me. Well, I'm glad you got the rest you were after. They were working out. I was raging at my Wi Fi. Ah, yes, I remember that day. I hope your Wi Fi behaves tonight, Vesp, so you can hang out with no problems. Percussive maintenance. Ah, yes, a little good bonk at the router. Percussive maintenance. I think I would scream if I saw you in VR. Don't worry, I'm no kaiju, in at least. Hey Gebos, guess what? Flip the coin. Why? What are we wagering for, Spartan? Help him instead. Oh, for Matthew? Oak? Okay, this is important, Matthew. I need you to Google the difference between the bandit factions because this is a once per playthrough reward. You're gonna be given a permanent upgrade. So, of the three bandits, or two, I think. Alright, Google it and then tell me what the choices are. I know it's Oak or the girl, right? Keep a rubber mallet engraved with Soft reset. A sledge engraved with hard reset for all your. What's funny, I still do that a lot. Ah, percussive maintenance. Yeah, somehow by jostling hardware, everything will fall into place and working condition yet again. What's your PC specs? I am using a 1050 Ti, a Intel Core 2 Duo, and 4 gig of RAM. At a certain point in time. After stream, I am gonna go eat because I'm actually getting quite hungry, and I am gonna go patch and things in Unity, yes. That specs hurts my brain. Just like his age, he'll never tell us his true PC specs. I'm glad you know, Axel. That's the actual secret of things. Did you build your fur? My fur? These don't look like fur to me, Saul. Why RAM only at 4 gig? Because the more RAM I have, the more burdened my FPS is. You gotta keep it light, you know. So you have a good power to weight ratio, just like in bikes and vehicles. So if you have low RAM, like 2 gig, 4 gig, your FPS typically like goes up. I left it at Discord. My lasagna is that. Yeah, how was your weekend? It's very important that I know. I spent the Sunday applying spray foam at the enormous, quite literally disintegrating iron bars of a window I had. And it just so happens that same evening a downpour occurred and it hasn't stopped till today. So I have to. I don't even want to imagine the work I have to do. Ooh. So yeah, but it's manageable. I just have to wait for a few days of dry weather and then things should be alright. 2 gig of DDR2 RAM. Lasagna. Hold on, let's go check this out. Thank you, Luna. Okay, Matt, you sent me a DM. Really? Ah. 40 life only? Elemental resists are good. Yeah, Matt, you get the one from the girl. Why am I helping you in Path of Exile while I'm streaming? Hold on. Damn, general chat is really blowing up. Yep. All right. Hold on. I'm almost there. I'm almost done. Alt-tabbing. Oh, I'm so hungry. Oh my God. What's this? Yeah. Get this. Zoom. So chat goes. I live in technically a rainforest, I believe. There's so much rain and we have so many springs. When it rains, the water comes up through the cracks in the basement floor. That is worrying because that means you have soft soil underneath you and If that soft soil gets displaced by water, so soon shall be your house. Wave at the camera, not even a please. My goodness, Spartan. Where's your manners? Gail says despite being a little overcooked, that lasagna is amazing. Oh, I bet it is. I'll never know though. I haven't been in VR chat for so long, says Luna. Now is the perfect chance to hop in and re-socialize. Go to the furry hideout and risk it all. There you have it, a wave chat. Color me curious. Impressions next. Reed says Washington is a tropical rainforest, but it's just a constant 24-hour rain in the spring, autumn month. I didn't understand that last part, Reed. Ah, well, time to raid that house of his. It's partially fur in certain areas, and the rest is hard scales and soft skin. I see. I'm glad you had fun, Sky. Chat, we are fast approaching 4 hours. I will have to cap the stream at that though, unless some miracle happens. But aside from, yeah, I'm not gonna extend. What AC do the scales give you? This gives me +2 natural armor and resistance to slashing. Had to make sure the mod was up and running. Thank you so much, Vincent. So we have a tiger bee in the server. Oh my goodness. We now need a proper hyena there. Not a stinky boy one. We already have a deer. We have a resident robot dragon. That's Mecha. Me being your not so aquatic, zappy, shadowy dragon. They also have lightning resistance. Resistance? Oh, I'm completely immune to it. Any crows? I don't know. We used to have one, inscribing runes on their feathers and bird things before, but they changed into what I remember is a raccoon. You have a resident Pokemon. A miracle, he says. Yeah, you know. Wait, who said that? I can't read your name. It's red. Whenever somebody has a red name on Twitch for me, I have extreme Oh, it's Beth. Hi, Beth. I heard not. Whoa. Okay. That is the alarm going off that the world is ending. But yeah, I asked for a miracle, not a natural disaster warning. I know it's raining. What was that audio? That's where the rainfall alert is. It's been going on since yesterday. It means the dams are overspilling, the streets are flooded, and there are inaccessible parts in the city at this point. Buildings being washed away. The usual. Typical Monday. My dragon have tail that gives plus 3 so that. Oh, you haven't talked about the other parts I have. Loki, nobody is stopping you, you know. Stay safe, Ken. Thanks, son. If you don't hear from me again, chat, well, at least you know what happened. Swimming with the fishes. Stay safe, stay dry. Good evening and good night, chat. Mr. Monster's making me end the stream, I see. Alright, I know what you're trying to do. Wants me to ditch all 87 of you lovely people. Don't get washed into the ocean, yes. Our Hydra is good at swimming. Actually, yeah, we're pretty good at it. Gonna be sad if you don't make it alive. I'm giving you all my love. I would be sad too if I did not make it alive. Beth has rejoined with green name. Wow. How did you do that? Also, Litz is still here. Normally, she should be watering her plants or something. At this hour. Oh, shh. Here's my attention to you, says Litz. Is melancholy here. Melancholy. Do you watch Final Destination? Yes, I do. There's no escaping it. I've been here the entire time, says Litz. Investigating. Investigating? Okay. Investigating. Right. Yeah, important to decide if I watch a new streamer. Do you grow houseplants? If so, what's your favorite plant? You know what's funny? I actually grow a little bit of plants, but they're all immersed. Like, they're plants that grow from underwater and then out of the water because I use my aquarium as my little hydroponics thing. But so far, the most successful plant I have creeping on top of my room is my pothos ones. Pothos. So I have pothos, and then I don't know what they are. They just sprout out of my aquarium. I used to have oregano at one point. They're huge. It would fill the screen, sort of deal. I can look for a photo. Are you gonna be a private pilot for the government of Lithuania? My favorite plant at the moment is Syncarpha argentea. I'll pretend I know what that is and say it's cool. Pothos are the only ones that like me. We have a few Monstera. Oh yeah, that one. Okay. Yeah, pothos is so easy to grow. And like they'll sprout from nothing. The only thing I wish I got rid of was duckweed. Oh my goodness. No matter what I do, it always reappears. They're like germs. Monstera would suit you. Is it because of the ears? Oh, they have funny patterned leaves, don't they? The gradient color, yeah. Or am I thinking of another plant? What? Yeah, I totally know what the Philodendron Spiritus Sancti, isn't that like a prayer? You fell for the duckweed. I fell for it hard. I was like, I'm finally gonna have nice floating plants. Oh, it's manageable. I could have sworn I scooped all of it out yesterday. Why is it back? Sort of deal. Thank you, Vince. Stunning. Stunning. Absolutely stunning. Big move where? To a bigger apartment. It's 2 floors up, which makes it convenient because I don't need the moving truck. But it's convenient. Well, inconvenient because it's 2 floors up. And I have to manually lift everything, my computer, my power supplies, my UPSs, which are super heavy, my microwave, air fryer, my dehydrator, my rice cooker. Let's not even start about the little random stuff I have on my desk that I'm probably just gonna throw into a box. My shoes, my boots, my helmet, my motorcycle gear, my gloves. Oh my goodness, and my fridge. But yeah, that's it. It's a bunch. Ah, it lives in the filters. So nuke the aquarium, got it. Telekinesis would be a very handy thing for you right about now. Yeah, just make everything flow. So me being an Esper, yes. I got a crock pot for my birthday, says Axel. I'll be using it often for meal prep. Meal prep? What kind of motorcycle do you ride? I am riding an adventure bike. Well, it's a sports tourer, really. It's the Versys 1000. Very comfortable. It's like a couch. And it's a fantastically smooth engine. Monthly for the rent. Right now, I'm paying. What's that? $150. The new place is $350. And my electricity average is 350 to 402. Oh, that's the challenge. It's my turn to pretend and know what you're saying. Oh, somebody was asking about how much is rent here. Electricity. You know how much my electricity is? It's much more expensive than my rent. Ever since last year, my electricity has been averaging $300 to $400 per month. That's because I have my AC on, and I cannot not have my AC on. I don't have windows in my place. It's gonna be an oven because of all the concrete. Yeah, hi, Yami. Sorry about that. Hi. My cat just woke up, Chan. No, I'm paying $17. Lucky you. I literally am in a concrete cube with no windows. The only hole I have in my apartment is so I can fit my AC into it. But actual windows in which would let fresh air in, that is not in my current unit. And I have been living this way in perpetual nighttime for 6 years. To those of you that have seen pictures of my apartment, I posted it on Discord, that's how it is 24/7. That is how I lose track of time sometimes because I don't have a natural source of rhythm or whatever they call it. I sleep, it's the same. I wake up, it's the same scenery. The only real thing that changes would be, well, when I open my screen, I hop into VR. Or when I go out and ride my bike. Stop telling me how much things I'm missing. It's all there. I have pictures of my apartment, pictures of my cat, my fish, pictures of me where I'm on a bike, I'm on a smaller bike. What do you do for Yami? He either is downstairs by my feet where it's warm because in front of my feet is my computer, my CPU. He likes lying down there. If not, he's upstairs underneath the blanket because it's nice and warm. Donations to the cause, yes. Oh, the cause. I hope you get to see sun and touch grass. Oh, chat, a new apartment I have actually has a balcony. There's one caveat though. The balcony is only as wide as TikTok's viewer width, aka it's as wide as my shoulders. It's the most bizarre design. It's supposed to be a place where you put your washing machine in. And then the little overlook where you can see the screen, the street and the sky, quite literally as wide as my shoulders. In order for me to actually look out, I have to be sideways and look like that. Egyptian and all. I've shown you the video, chat. And the corner. The corner. I'm probably gonna be storing it with either all my canned goods, 300 packs of instant noodles of various flavors and make, or stuff my broom there. Maybe the broom. Or a vacuum if it fits. I had yet to consider. Are you in the US? No, I'm in the Philippines. That's kind of a vibe. Axel said I found a tiny bike picture and you just sitting outside or something. I went full detective mode for a few minutes. Oh, there you have it. Congratulations. I don't remember if I posted the one where my face is seen with my long hair. And I was saying, hi, this is my apartment. It should be somewhere there. I didn't expect the video of your apartment to have music and subtitles. Don't forget the 3 minutes of dead air that I completely forgot to crop out. Hello, Reina. How are you doing today? Asked Reina the Fox. Your name is Reina. Well, Reina, it's very rainy over here. There's 2 storms going on at the same time. It's getting in the way of my apartment renovations. Windows in the apartment is best. The only window I have is the one that is corroded, that is only fitting of abandoned prisons that you would find somewhere in South America. Okay, it's really old and it's busted. I can't even close 2 of the windows. The mechanism is broken. So I just filled it with foam and and all sorts of stuff. The apartments in Japan, oh, they have much better living conditions. I'm too tired at this point. Good night, Neko. Sweet dreams. Would you look at that? We actually made it to 4 hours. I held up my word that I give. Now that I think about it. Huh. No, we have Beth, Anonymous, not Anonymous, and everybody else to thank for buying time. It's a win-win. I stay here longer, and you're helping the person who's staying longer to stay in the new apartment. Yet. Hi. Hi, Beth. How may I help you today? You done touring your yacht? So you're moving to Japan? Oh, that with the dream, wouldn't they? No. Um, I'm still staying here in the Philippines. Nothing new. No, but no. Look, Beth gave so much already. I wouldn't dare take more of his pocket length away from him. Needs to sleep. No, I'm okay. If there's anything I need to do, it's me eating. I'll probably thaw out some of the food I have. It's just 2 weeks old. It's okay. I don't want to force him. How about this? You can save it until the next stream, right? And then we're gonna have a good reason to have a longer stream than usual, right? Besides, I don't want to bore you out of your minds with me yapping for 5 hours. Yeah, precisely. It's like going to a restaurant. You sure you can buy as much food as you want, but you can always just buy it again the next time you visit, right? So, with that wisdom being imparted to us by chat, I think it's time to open Firefox and look at to look at the other streamers in the VR chat category. He can't see our comments. I think he's No, nakikita ko mga comments niya dyan. Huwag kayo mag-alala. Alrighty, so where were we? VR chat. Nice. Ooh. It's a Nova based with huge resources in front.
It's a website. As long as you're watching the stream and can see what's going on, you can play along on the site. Yeah, no problem. I'll explain everything in the VC as well to make sure there's not any confusion. Hi, Zora. How you doing?
Damn, why am I... Anyway, hold on. Let me let me go browse other streamers. Who's talking? All right, I'll be transparent. Wait, no, I made a comment. About the thing. I can't let you know. The booty piece. Bev, pay him to stop looking at virtual me be enthralled by bodaciously round and beautiful thighs and legs. No, of course not. Please, I have integrity. Anyway, let me go back to browsing. So let me see. I'm curious.
Kurai Kaiju for the blessing of the fun. Yes! The Kurai. The dawn of a new age, honestly. I love the shading. Okay, me and Panda combined two different shaders on this avatar, which is great.
I'm listening. She's talking about shaders.
Like the Toonie shader and like the normal shading, which makes it still look really nice on this avatar.
Why did you
Real.
you
Bye, Mark. Hope you have a great day.
It's so hard to focus on the eyes.
Oh fuck! I'm sorry. I'm stupid. I'm just gonna. Go
It's like there's a gravitational anomaly in the middle, like pulling my vision. That's bad design. Mm-mm.
Yes, there's a Discord link now. Fish. Rude. I fucking love this music. This is so like. Such a vibe.
Okay, let's go to the next streamer. I gotta remember that though. Okay, so VR chat. I'm on the second row. I'm so close. I'm so close to the dancing e-girls above. Oh my God. I'm actually gonna meme it and make it chat. It's like me enjoying the VIP seats in the stadium, and I'm the only odd one out.
Yeah, my very first avatar that I really used.
Oh.
Had
All right, there we go. Did you finish college? Yeah, of course. I went to animation school.
We'll see if my head dies.
Gab, you have face tracking.
Why doesn't it have
Yes, I know. Bad design.
Glad to have you there.
Atrocious design.
Nice character. Thank you.
You know, when somebody's streaming, it's supposed to be like
Streaming for an hour and a half.
like eyes up here sort of. Wait, her audio's still playing.
Oh, time. Something I'd hear at. Yes.
Pause. Okay. Okay. Bunch of dancers. Lee. Oh no. Now it's my left controller. There we go. More Novo Beast. Maximuman. Where did I read that name before? Zenith Galaxy. No. Nick Belfort. What a prestigious name. There's not much streaming VR chat, huh? Alright, time to click the streams with the funny thumbnails that you need to open. What's this? That's a funny name. I'm not gonna read it. I'm gonna die. Like, I'm gonna die on Twitter. Oh, Geb is calling out other streamers. Oh no. What's going on with chat? Let's see. Geb, avert your eyes. Oh my lord. Ivan says, Geb, have you bought? No. I'm saving up for the apartment first. I love how he has to justify. Justify what? Oh, bad Geb, stop it. Excuse me. Bad, yeah. Holding out, more like checking it. Please, look, I'm an investigator, right? It's what I do. I profile people. I need to know their ins and outs. What's that? That's so much investigative material moving around. Such a big case. Gosh. You can do that? Oh, where was I? Okay. Next stream. What the Let's see the number one stream on Twitch. Wow! Is that legal? Okay. That's barely. Oh, I like the design though. Very Egyptian. Okay, okay. Investigator sounds great. Yeah. Come on, TikTok. You know me. Yes, look at the design. Absolutely enchanting. Twitch TOS is just interesting. Is that I'm not joking. If you see what I mean, go. I'm not citing names. Go to the VR chat category. See which has the most viewers at the moment in the thousands. And you see why is that legal. Nefertiti Sphinx action going on. Wow. The design is very. More people are asking for a 360 ref sheet. I might need to give the people what. You know what? I actually have some prepared. I will post it in the Discord. Yeah. Right? You see it too? You see it, Late Nova? You see what I mean? It's wild how close VR chat creators seem to get to the TOS line. Thank goodness I'm nowhere near close there. No way that is legal. Oh yeah. That sure is something. Yo, oh, now you get to see the front. What am I missing? I'm just looking at other streamers' designs and avatar designs. So index controller, fist bones with a very low spring rate, gravity, okay. Based on how it's swaying around. Ah. Okay, interesting. Now you see the Geb is taking notes on how to get more view. Please. Hold on. Let's mute this music. There we go. Okay, we're going back. We're going back at category. We're now gonna look at the second highest viewer count. This looks wholesome. It's their birthday. Oh my goodness, why does the streamer remind me of Litz? With the stickers. Ah, yes. The Litz adjacent creature. Alright, go ahead. Oh, I'm looking at the streamer, Litz. And I was looking at their profile, and they sort of reminds me of you. Okay. Hi there, Vexy. We're gonna go back. We are still going strong on the second row. Ooh, what's this? This is a hyena. Meme Monday. Alright, let's get that. And I got hit by an ad. Oh no. Wait. Guy says, that reminds me when somebody on Reddit straight up calculated how fast some anime girls' assets had to be moving. to allow a bullet to pass I remember that. Please, please, I'm about to unmute.
Under Washington downpour rain and sweep the motor pool in more.
I like the model. Who is this fellow over here? Hello, mic check
Who is
one.
this fellow over here?
Whoa, echo.
Hello, mic check
Who is
one.
this fellow over here?
Whoa, echo. Hello, mic check one.
This is clearly not a nigger.
Echo.
You should tell your chat to go
This is clearly
sleep.
not a nigger. You should tell your chat to go
clearly
sleep.
not a nigger. There's too many games. There's way too many games. The viewer count dropped from first to second. It's crazy. That's true. Geb is multiplying himself to look
That's
at more women.
That's not true.
Geb is multiplying himself to look
That's
at more women.
That's not true.
Geb is multiplying himself. Okay, is enough. Okay. I'm curious. What is at the bottom, though? 48-hour stream? That's crazy. How do you eat? Chat. Okay, I'm stalling again. I'm stalling. I'm gonna save some Geb Juke. Control Z. Let me undo everything I just said. I'm stalling. Let me save some energy for Wednesday stream. Surely I'll have fixed some of the Unity things I need to fix. And with that being said, I gotta say my goodbyes, don't I? The parting part is always the most difficult, isn't it? I'm a boot up. Okay, Sky. Sure. Gab, do you guys have any billboards around the roads? I think there's one nearby. Whoa. What the heck? I turned into a shoe bill. I'm glad you didn't see that, chat. Anywho. Hopefully one film is getting changed so you can cover the window. Yeah. It's been fun, chat. We did get a little bit of an extended stream. It's actually 4 hours and 23. A whole lot of extension. But I do have to save some of my stamina so I can continue to entertain on Wednesday. What do you think about this level? I think it's pretty nice. I get to lean around, stay close. Or should I switch it up? When I'm doing this, I feel lazy, lethargic. I just want to sleep. But yes, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and good night, chat. I'll see you next time in 2 days. It's what I said to TikTok. Now, as for Twitch, give us the music. What music? No. Well, I'm at 73 viewers. If it goes down to 70, I'm gonna disappear. Like in the blink of an eye. And I'm just gonna listen to music to cool my brain down. Yes. Ooh. If you know this, plus 10 points to you. Huh. Another stream over, huh? Your daily grind. He's on exciting territory. One of my favorite games, Jan. You must have the credits. If I had any more eloquency in English, I could probably talk like the guy. Think about it, even in the menus, he has this narrative way of talking there. Quitting the game and mocking you. It's not something you would see here every day. Nobody could guess it. Chat, it's from Max Payne. Have you heard of the game Max Payne? Third-person shooter. Detective noir, nitty-gritty. But you had to go around and jump and dodge bullets in bullet time. And shoot them back at the same time. Max Payne. There's no health kits, medipacks here. It was all just painkillers. Yeah. Never played it. It's really good, Beth. One of the classics. Let's look at the thing again. That's some really good art. I'm not even kidding. I am going to legitimately print this out and put this on the apartment. That's crazy. Hey, it looks like an album cover now that I think about it. Oh. Yes. That is Max Payne. What's this? Deep Cabaret. Nope. Where is it? Looking. Ah, yeah. The album cover, yeah, it looks good, right? Man. Make your own music album. I'm trying to zoom in the best I can. I'm seeing more details that I didn't from last. This song, it's from Beanie. Oh, where is the damn camera? Come on, you guys are still here. Stream's over, come on, go. You have more important things to do. places to go. Why waste time watching me? Be around, chat. I'm sure we'll bump into each other again. So, you keep being awesome. One more song. So you guys are not depressed. The Instagram song, yeah. Very meditative, this one. And then you get the watermelon slice and you scoop it with your whole hand and eat it. Yep. Yes, my viewer count went down. It's working, chat. Oh, I have one more if you want. Where did it go? Here, it's a little more in tune. And you're like driving a car. I need your streams, but I gotta go. Geb is trying to rob us. Bye, Sky. See you in a bit. Yep, there we go. So, a little bit of a delay, but again, I hope you've had fun today. Clearly not as lustrous as my last post-stream thing. And I actually managed to get my viewer count below the count I said that I would leave. If it managed to get there. And yeah, I can actually make a clean exit. With that being said, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and good night. You keep being awesome, okay? Do your chores, change your underwear, wash those socks, pet your dog, walk your fishes, jump over the fence and pick up the leaves of your neighbors. Bake that cake with extra Oreos on top. The soap, you have to do your weekly maintenance and shave it into shape, alright? Last but not the least, offer some incense and make sure your teeth are spiritually healthy. I'll see you around, Chad. Bye-bye.